Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, and welcome to Derrynane House, the ancestral home, as you know, of Daniel O'Connell. My job this morning is just simply to introduce the second day of the proceedings of the school, and I'm going to do so in just one sentence. But before going to my one sentence, I just want to add a few more of my own. I met a friend of mine last night inside in QC's in Carsabeen, a very dear friend of mine, and he said to me how much he enjoyed the proceedings in Carsabeen yesterday. And I said, well, yes, they were fantastic. He said, but I have one small criticism, he said. And I said, well, that's fine. I said, we are always glad to receive criticism and to receive constructive criticism and feedback and all of those cliche words that are used. He said, I know you run this school, he said, and it must cost you a bit of money. And I said, well, it does cost us a bit of money, I said, but we rely a lot on the subscriptions of our members, and we get sponsorship from various people in town, Kerry County Council and so forth. I said, but we are really put to the pin of our collar from year to year. And he said, you should really push out this kind of idea of the Friends of Daniel O'Connell School, which we used to promote very actively before the pandemic. So he said, tomorrow, he said, when you go to Derrynane House, now he said, you should remind people, he said, and especially those who are watching online, that there is such a thing called the Friends of the Daniel O'Connell School, that you can access that through our website. And if you feel so disposed, you can make a contribution to secure the financial viability of the school. So I'm mentioning this morning because I was upset that he was upset. And I wouldn't like him to be upset. So rather than send him back to Dublin upset and discomforted, I'm mentioning this to you this morning, that we do have a facility on our website to become a member of the Daniel O'Connell, a friend of the Daniel O'Connell School, and that facility allows you to make a contribution over and beyond the rather small subscription rate we ask you for every year. And it does actually mean a great difference, because even though a lot of work goes into this, and it's all done on a voluntary basis, it does cost a bit of money. So I'm like the parish priest now, appealing for Easter dues or Christmas dues and so forth. And I don't mind being unlike the parish priest asking for increased dues. But anyway, if you do feel so disposed, please feel free to become a friend of the Daniel O'Connell School and to access our website and so forth. So that's my sentence. So to introduce the proceedings today, I would call on Chris O'Neill, who is the regional manager of the Office of Public Works based in Killarney. And of course, we really couldn't do today's proceedings without the cooperation of the Office of Public Works. We're on their patch. It's a national house, but it's their patch, and they manage this house so superbly. So I'd like to ask Chris to open the proceedings on day 2. Thank you very much. And remember, become a friend.
Great, thanks, Maurice. I think we're all friends here. So good morning, everyone. It's a great pleasure to welcome you all on behalf of the OPW to Derrynane House, as Maurice said, the family home of Daniel O'Connell. It's great to share it all with you. If we ignore 2020, which we probably should, this will be the 9th consecutive year that we've been able to host the second day of the school. And, the huge amount of work's gone into it. I think it's testament to the dedication, hard work of the committee, the OPW in pulling it together at Derrynane, the calibre of the speakers and the lineups each year, and also Daniel O'Connell's strong and lasting legacy on so many aspects of our society, history and culture. So I'm just going to go through the housekeeping quickly. If the fire alarm goes off, which we hope it doesn't, it's the right rear of the chapel is the fire exit, the front and rear of the audio-visual room, and the rear of the marquee. I know you've probably noticed we don't have a mobile signal, but if you could, may I ask you to put your phones on silent, please, and that would be great. So look, once more, I'd just like to say welcome. It's brilliant to have you all here with us. Wonderful to have such a distinguished lineup of speakers and guests, and it's so relevant to what we do at Derrynane. And most importantly, I hope that you all have an enjoyable day. So thank you, and I'll pass you back over to you.
Good morning, Chris and son agus Moorish Goma. Shagadain vor géad Valte an Sagadi Tigmur Derrynane. Derrynane, even Erech, as the poet Thomas Rule called it. Now, I'm not sure how even it is out there this morning, but it is certainly Erech. Perhaps O'Connell himself is the best man to describe the day, referring to his many trips home through the mountains of South Kerry. Black clouds, giant black clouds sailing through the sky, rested on top of mountains, and I had many wild oceanic inspirations as I traversed the bleak solitudes. This morning's session's theme is the different worlds of O'Connell and his family. My role this morning is to introduce three very accomplished speakers. They are Professors David Dixon, Jacqueline Hill, and Christine Keneally. Each speaker will speak for about 20 minutes, and we hope to have a few minutes at the end for some questions. And we will then break about 11:15. Our first speaker this morning will be Professor David Dixon, Professor Emeritus of History at Trinity College. A graduate of the University of Dublin, he was a research fellow in the Institute of Irish Studies in Queen's University before being appointed as a lecturer in the Department of Modern History in Trinity College, where he served as head of department from 1995 to 1998 before retiring as Professor of Modern History in 2017. So I'm delighted now to invite Professor Dixon up to the microphone to address us, please.
Well, thank you, Marish, and thank you all those who are organising this wonderful event, and thank you, everybody, for coming through the mists that are now lifting, and all those in the tent beyond, the marquee beyond. I have a clock to remind me that I have 20 minutes, but it's on winter time. For some strange reason, it's 12 minutes past 9, but I shall try and pretend that we still have summertime for another day. But anyway, thank you, and let me see if I can get this going. This is a very ambitious title for a short talk, and it's even more ambitious when you see the subtitle that I'm trying to find a bigger picture for thinking about Kerry, the county, in the 1700s. And it is a bit presumptuous, I suppose, for a non-native, or rather a native of Derry, not Kerry, to pose as any kind of an authority on this county. So I don't pose as an expert, and you'll very easily catch me out, I'm sure, but I am an advocate for sort of recapturing Kerry's complex history in the era of hunting cap, the era of the young and the not so young Daniel O'Connell. Because the era we're talking about, from really going back to, say, the Battle of the Boyne through to emancipation, the long 18th century, as historians like to call it, has a great deal more complexity to it than is often suggested. Even I was just revisiting the County Museum in Tralee to see how, if you like, the 18th century is presented in on the general exhibition, and it's given in a few short sentences, it's sort of saying things were bad and they were getting worse. Now, I'm being a little unfair, but I mean, in a sense, it doesn't give much, as we might say, agency to all those who lived long lives in the Kerry of those days. There is a great deal there. Now, most of the work I did on Kerry was many years ago and was part of a bigger study of South Munster. And since I was working, there's been so many really important publications, and most strikingly, I suppose, what Maurice Brick brought to life, the edited volume in the History and Society series, the Kerry volume, which was, 1 year ago, which is a magnificent edition, which gives some extraordinarily interesting material on the Kerry of the 18th century, and also, of course, with the atlas of the Iveragh Peninsula, some very fine 18th century elements there. So, in a way, I'm sort of following that, taking advantage of that, but also, perhaps trying to throw out one or two fresh ideas if I can get the machine to work. Yes, I can. Good. So let's start with some sort of figures. And I'm using the word transformation, which is often used about other eras. We talk about how the 20th century transformed the country in the last 100 years. We talk about the transformation of post-famine Ireland. I'm talking about the transformation of pre-famine Ireland, or rather the Ireland of Daniel O'Connell's lifetime and of those immediately before him. Because one thing that is, not perhaps thought about enough is just the transformation in human numbers. These estimates here, I won't try and defend to the death, but they are based on work done by several of us a long time ago for Ireland before the census, giving figures, you probably can't see them down the hall there, but suggesting about 90,000, 91,000 population in the county in the era of Swift in the 1720s, a serious fall at the next sort of ballpark estimate in the 1740s, coming after the other famine, the other, as I would certainly call it, Great Famine of 1740-41, which afflicted the county particularly seriously. A figure then in the time when O'Connell would have been still a teenager, of Kerry with about 135,000, 1821 in the first census, 216,000. Now, if you're very good at math, you'll know that suggests certainly a sort of a growth rate of certainly between 1791 and 1821 of about 1.5% per year, which is very high in a pre-modern society. And that rate of growth is continued certainly through the 1820s. It's beginning for most Irish counties to decelerate in the 1830s. For Kerry, that rate of growth is maintained probably up to the time of the big pre-famine census of 1841. So anyway, the point I'm making is a simple one. There is this extraordinary growth in human numbers of an unprecedented, on an unprecedented scale. And there is also, of course, with that, so many other very big changes going on in the lifetime of O'Connell and of his parents and uncles. And one which, in a sense, is obvious if one looks at the written evidence is the sort of takeoff of, in some cases, very old urban foundations like Dingle and Tralee, and of the emergence of new urban centres. The essay in Maurice Brick's volume by Eamon O'Flaherty on urban Kerry I strongly recommend it because it does, apart from anything else, bring out the point that every town that's emerging in that period has a somewhat different history, a different set of factors explaining the timing, the character, and indeed the success or failure of urban development. This view of, from Taylor and Skinner's Roadmap of Ireland of Tralee in 1778 thereabout, is showing you, if you like, the beginnings of the rapid growth of Tralee long before Denny Street, or the kind of elements that people pick out as part of so-called Georgian Tralee. And of course, here Carsavine is, if you like, at the end of that process of kind of urban renaissance, very late in that process, and almost you might say the end of that pre-famine growth of urban places. But I'm working sort of fast through the sort of things that are transformed. And another obvious one is to say, when we look at rural Kerry, it is the era when the landscape is changing, the colonization of vast areas of marginal land, and the growth of so much more coming off the land, the growth of rural production for the market, driven by rent-seeking, by new rent-seeking landed system, and the progressive commercialization of all who owned or who leased land, not necessarily those who labored on the land, but commercialization is going down much more deeply as the 1700s progress. And that is very much, of course, tied up with the growth of livestock numbers, growth of cattle numbers, rather than sheep or pigs at that stage. And that growth in livestock numbers is, of course, at the center of how the county is changing in terms of who is wealthy and who has a measure of control. And the key factor, at least as I would see it, is to emphasize how important the fact that Kerry is next door to Cork, or rather next door to the city of Cork, because Cork's rise as the great Atlantic port from the 1650s was the key here, obviously for exports like beef, barreled beef and butter, tallow and hides to the three great sort of seaborne European empires in the Atlantic and beyond. And Kerry was from the start a part of the supply hinterland of that great trade from the city of Cork, initially supplying store bullocks for fattening in Cork, in-calf heifers for the dairies in Cork. And that was, in a sense, supplied through a network of fairs which were building up in number and frequency. I just picked out, the black line really shows what I would say is a kind of commercial hinterland of Cork City. The County Cork, West Waterford, most of Kerry. But what I just circled there in the red is the fairs as of the 1790s that were being held in Kerry every year. You can see the rather thinner distribution than for Cork itself, but still one has, I think, at that point, 24 locations in the county. Each year, starting with the Pattern Fair in Kilgobnet, and by Christmas, some 55 fairs at those 24 locations had been held. Many of those fairs were 2 or 3 day affairs, held, generally speaking, outside the growing towns, outside even villages. The fairs were then primarily at rural locations. We could say a bit more about that if time allowed. But from the mid-1700s, Kerry gets into the business of dairying as well. In other words, it's not just supplying cattle and in-calf heifers to Cork. It is, of course, becoming a great dairying area itself, so that by the end of that century, Kerry is probably supplying a third, maybe even more than a third, of Cork's butter exports. By 1800, increasingly going to England rather than to the Atlantic. In the essay that wasn't published until modern times by Henry Pelham on Kerry agriculture in 1800, he suggested there were, by that point, about 51,000 cows in the county, 17,000 calves and heifers at any one time. Now, he had done his work, but I suspect it's a pretty rough estimate. It may seem extremely modest by 21st century standards, but nevertheless, those cows were all, in a sense, engaged in supplying the market. A process that was, of course, helped by the road improvements, especially the famous Butter Road of 1747 from Cork over the hills, over the Boggara Mountains, to Mill Street and then into the county. And I see there's a fine recent book by Joe Harrington on the Butter Road and all that it meant. I mean, it was a turnpike road. It didn't actually make much money for those who built it, but it did certainly have some impact in the build-up of Kerry as if you like, in its connections with Cork City. And this engraving here of the exchange in North Main Street in Cork, this is a building from the beginning of the 18th century. That was really, if you like, I think you could say, the centre of the regional economy. That's where deals were done, that's where prices were set. In a sense, that's the place, if you really were trying to see the direction of prices for the next season, or searching out credits for the countryside. That's where the deals were done. Now, we can see something about that world of the Cork Exchange, the Cork export merchants, in an extraordinary publication quite recently, the letterbook of Richard Hare, Cork merchant, that James O'Shea produced with the Irish Manuscripts Commission. Now, it's a demanding read in one sense, but even just to have a look at it gives you a sense of how trade operated. Essentially, Hare was an export merchant who, I think, second generation Cork-based Presbyterian man, and he had, in that year alone of the letterbook, 265 foreign correspondents that he was dealing with, was selling out the produce of South Munster, Kerry and Cork. But he didn't own any ships himself. He is very much a very big commission merchant, giving credits to people overseas, but knowing the markets and knowing the supply hinterland that he was working with. And it's interesting, of course, that same Richard Hare is a man who buys first from the Knight of Kerry and then from the Earl of Kerry, very substantial estates in the north of the county in the 1760s and 1780s. And his son then becomes the first Earl of Listowel, and the great-grandson, William Hare, is the man associated with that most violent election in the Tralee in 1826, which 5 or 15 people are killed. Maurice, you're the expert on that. But the point is, the Hare has become very much a part, not always a very favourable part of Kerry history, but it's, if you like, the beginnings of this extraordinarily successful export merchant of the mid-decades of the 18th century. Now, as one sort of looks beyond that era, you can see at the end of the century, one has to recognise that the world is changing. The Munster economy is looking much more toward England rather than towards the Atlantic. Cereal prices are rising. Tillage production is expanding, especially on the Dingle Peninsula, spreading elsewhere. And in that era, I think you can see real changes in terms of farming. I'll come back to that in a moment. Now, just a point I want to make quickly, and I'm looking desperately at the clock here, is how little material evidence we have of the 18th century in Kerry. You take the old Kenmare House in Killarney, demolished in the 1870s. Flesk Castle, only built in 1820, was until recently a complete ruin. And it's an act, if you like, that requires a degree of imagination to sort of picture that world from the physical evidence that we have. I mean, even the kind of craft side is how this is from a very early photograph of the mill that will be familiar to many, I'm sure, from here, the old mill at Waterville from, I think, about the 1870s. I'm really saying that without the documents, or as geographer Willie Smith says, without the documents of conquest, we would not be able to reconstruct this story at all. But Kerry, and particularly South Kerry, is fortunate in the estate archives of so many of the big families survived and have become now much more accessible than they were even 20 or 30 years ago. I mean, I don't need to rehearse them all, but I'm thinking of the Kenmare papers, which are in Belfast, the Shelburne papers, the Petty Fitzmaurice papers, which are in London, the Knight of Kerry papers, the Trinity College papers, the Crosby papers, and so on. We've got a wealth of material that exists to, in a sense, allow us to reconstruct what that society was like and how it was changing. I mean, in the Atlas of Iveragh, there is that very fine chapter by Arnold Horner on the maps of the bog commissioners of Napoleonic times, including this wonderful map, which I hope you can see there, of, most of the barony here, in which Horner has picked out in red where houses are marked. This is about 1810 or 1811. He says, and I'm sure he's right, that Nimmo picked out on the survey of the bogs about 900 houses at that point. That's about a generation before the first Ordnance Survey. And what's interesting, I think, is you can see if you look closely that already you have settlement, permanent settlement. One can think of not bullying up the hill, up the mountains, or on fairly poor land already. And it is really a reminder that, of course, what is happening in this economy is that it is becoming more differentiated. Those who have control over land, those who are the part farmers or the middlemen or whatever, are very much enjoying rising prices, but those who are dependent on the sweat of their own bodies, those who are labourers, are marginalised, perhaps even more so. But there's one thing that, in a sense, temporarily qualifies that, which is very important, not so much for this area, but for the district around Dingle and to some extent around Killarney. And that was the appearance of the linen industry, which becomes for about 60 or 70 years of great importance as a way of assisting the near landless and giving cash particularly to women. And it seems like a pathway to a more prosperous future. But that linen industry virtually is wiped out in the 1820s. In other words, when almost the precise year that Daniel O'Connell inherits Derrynane. That is the end of the Kerry linen industry, for reasons I haven't time to go into. Now, up to this point, and I'm only left with a few minutes, I've been sort of suggesting, well, the way you think about it, the transformation of Kerry is to relate it to what's happening in Cork, what's happening in markets far away. But there is another way of looking at it, and I just want to spend the last few minutes sort of playing with an idea that, in a sense, is perhaps more in my mind than it used to be. And it's not because we've been all won over to the wild Atlantic way, although I won't completely discount that might have influenced the way my thought processes work. What I'm really trying to say is there might be another way of looking at the transformation of Kerry in the 1700s by looking at other areas that are Atlantic-facing in the west, more or less following the area within the yellow line and stretching it indeed beyond Ireland. Because what I'm really thinking is so striking is that all of these areas, up as far as Lewis and Harris and the Hebrides, share certain common features. Of course, strong cultural features. They are largely speaking Gaelic or Gaelic or Irish-speaking areas. That's not the point for this moment. It is, if you like, the economic and social parallels that I'm thinking, environmental parallels. I mean, they all experienced unprecedented population growth all along, particularly along the coastal districts, generally peaking in the 1810s or 1820s or 1830s. Some faster than others, but generally speaking, the population growth in these areas is greater than inland, is greater that are in areas of better soils and more favoured areas. All these Atlantic districts were exposed at roughly the same time to kind of novel commercialization because of the almost unfettered proprietorial powers of those who owned the land. Doesn't mean there's a lot of activity below that level, but that's certainly that it's an era when the state, whatever that state was, had relatively little role in shaping the local economies. All of these societies, from West Cork to the Outer Hebrides, adapted and diversified to this with different solutions. More intensive land use within traditional systems, but using far more kelp, far more sea sand, far more ways of colonizing step by step poor land. All of these areas involve the development of secondary activities, kelping, spinning, fishing, or indeed illicit distilling, all engaged, certainly by the later part of this period, the Napoleonic times and beyond, into migration, seasonal migration, harvest migration, military service. These become, if you like, solutions to an overflowing population. And I mean, obviously, within the areas, some are much more archaic than others. This is from Pennant's tour of the Highlands of Scotland, the Sheelings on Jura, in the upper image, the Black House, typical of Islay, down below. But I suppose I'm sort of very attracted to thinking across the narrow water, because I come from Inishowen, and it doesn't take particularly good weather to see from the sort of two parishes away from where I was born, Islay and Jura, over there. They're only 30, 40 miles away. Well, 50 miles perhaps. But the point is, they're visible, and they were visible to our ancestors too. So my final image is really to say, well, perhaps looking at some of those towns that appear either out of nowhere, some on our doorstep, or were old towns that grow in this period, there are similarities. They each have, if like, different stories, different hinterlands, but there are common threads. This is Ballyshannon, seen in the 1770s. But whether it's, Kilrush, or Westport, or Tralee, or Ramelton, or Stornoway, or Campbelltown, they all, I think you can see patterns of adaptation to different, responding to different proprietorial kind of controls and different outcomes in the crisis of the 1840s. Because, of course, although there is a famine in the Highlands of Scotland and on the islands, it's a very much less traumatic story than it was to be here. And that is at least partly because of what has gone before, partly because of the nature of the response at the time. Sorry, I've overshot my time, but don't shoot me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, David, for that wonderful talk on the economic transformation of 18th century Kerry. I'm just reminded of the road, the mountain path that runs behind us here, the Slieve Ráthach, the Kerry Way. Of course, it was always known to us as the Butter Road or Bohra Nimma, and it's great to see how that small little tributary from Caherdaniel flowed into a much bigger picture, and the connection with the Hebrides and the Highlands as well was fascinating. So thank you for that, Professor. Our next speaker will be Professor Emerita of History at Maynooth University, Professor Jacqueline Hill. Professor Hill has an interest in the 18th and 19th century history, particularly religious and political history. She's a member of the Royal Historical Society and the Royal Irish Academy. Her publications include From Patriots to Unionists, Dublin Civic Politics and Irish Protestant Patriotism, 1660 to 1840, from 1997, and as editor, New History of Ireland, 1921 to 84, published in 2003 and again in 2010. Jacqueline will speak this morning on Dublin and Daniel O'Connell. So I invite Jacqueline now up to the microphone, please.
Well, thank you very much, and I'd like to thank the organisers for the invitation to speak at the summer school. And I should say from the outset that while I'm going to be speaking about Daniel O'Connell and Dublin municipal politics, as I began to prepare the talk, I quickly realised that I wasn't going to be able to focus simply on municipal politics, municipal elections, but I would have to bring in parliamentary elections, parliamentary membership. So forgive me if I'm jumping between the two, but I just wanted to make you aware of that. Anyway, the other thing to note is that contemporaries use the term liberal and Whig to mean pretty much the same thing. I am going to be using the term liberal in my talk today. I won't use the term Whig. I think it just confuses things. So if we think of scholarly attention and interest in that great figure, Daniel O'Connell, most of it has focused on his interest in Catholic emancipation and later on then in repeal of the Union. But there's another aspect of his life and career which was extremely important, which is relatively neglected, and which was his career in municipal politics in the 1840s. So we'll start by having a look at the so-called unreformed corporation of Dublin. Like dozens of other Irish municipal corporations in the early 19th century, Dublin had been in existence since medieval times. The unreformed corporation was closely related to the Dublin guilds, and its membership was entirely Protestant. Once the state began to dismantle the penal laws in the late 18th century, the members of the unreformed corporation felt obliged to take a stand on Catholic participation in civic life. While Catholics had been eligible to become members of guilds and corporations since 1793, scarcely any guilds responded positively. Perhaps the Hosiers Guild would be a case where there was a very positive response. They admitted many Catholic members, but they were very much the exception. By and large, most of the guilds and the unreformed corporation stood firmly behind Protestant ascendancy. And they resisted efforts to admit Catholics. And we should note that this negative response to the relaxation of the penal laws among Irish Protestants extended not simply to corporation membership, but to membership of the judiciary, the police, civil service, and so on. In Dublin, there were certainly more liberal, unreformed corporation members. And occasionally, very occasionally, these figures could rise to the top. I'm thinking, for instance, of that important figure, Alderman Thomas McKenny, who became Lord Mayor of Dublin in 1818 to 1819. McKenny permitted a meeting in 1819 in Dublin of liberal-minded Protestant freemen of the city. They were permitted to petition Parliament for Catholic emancipation. And along with other Protestant freeholders and freemen, something like 3,000 people turned up to that meeting. So there were liberal Protestants in Dublin, but they were in a minority. Not surprisingly, following the achieving of Catholic emancipation in 1829, Dublin Catholics turned to that great man, Daniel O'Connell, to take a stand on municipal reform. Now, at that time, Dublin Catholics were putting particular emphasis in terms of necessary reforms on the possibility of repealing the Act of Union. And O'Connell himself was pulled in two directions. On the one hand, he himself was very keen on repeal of the Union. On the other hand, he also stood for what he called justice for Ireland. So he was keen to see Catholics play a full role in Irish life through extending the parliamentary franchise, municipal reform, and so on. And as a Member of Parliament for Dublin City, 1832 to 35, and 1837 to 1841, he was well placed to urge such changes in the Westminster Parliament, where during the 1830s a liberal government was in place, was in power. An Act of 1832 introduced a £10 household franchise for parliamentary voters in Irish boroughs. And the first elections held after that act saw over 70 Liberals returned for Irish constituencies, well over the number of Tories. There were only about 30 Tories returned at that election. And many Dublin Catholics went on to form so-called liberal clubs, which campaigned for further reforms in the 1830s. Leading figures in those clubs would go on to stand for membership of the reformed Dublin Corporation in 1841. But first, we should note that in April of 1840, O'Connell formed the Loyal National Repeal Association, July of 1840. This was followed shortly afterwards by the Municipal Reform Act in August of 1840, and many of the liberal clubs, many members of the liberal clubs decided to become repeal organisations. The 1840 Municipal Reform Act, then, let's have a look at that. That act dissolved all but 10 of the Irish corporations. It left just the larger ones in existence. And the new voters for those reformed bodies, as in the parliamentary franchise, would be £10 householders. And this looks like a pretty radical change from what had gone before. But a marked feature of the 1840 Act was that the reformed corporations in Ireland had very limited powers. In effect, we could say, there was nothing for them to do except become talking shops. Anyway, the first elections following the 1840 Municipal Reform Act took place in October of 1841. And what made those elections all the more important was that they followed soon after the general parliamentary elections of July of 1841. And that election, that parliamentary election, witnessed an interesting development. The Tories won many seats from the outgoing Liberals and now held over 300 seats as opposed to the Liberals with just over 200 seats. And a Tory government was therefore formed in Westminster. the position in Ireland was a bit more complex. There, the Tories won 43 seats, but the Liberals won 42, and the Repealers won 20. So the Tories were outnumbered in Ireland. And the other important point to note about the general election of July of 1841 was that Daniel O'Connell lost his seat as a Member of Parliament for Dublin City. So Dublin from 1841 was represented at Westminster by 2 Tories. Not surprisingly, following this setback for Dublin Liberals, the O'Connellite Liberals and Repealers were keen to throw themselves into preparing for the first municipal elections under the new Act of 1840. O'Connell, too, was anxious to show the Tories that the Irish people wouldn't tolerate them in office. And one way to do that was by achieving success in the municipal elections. Candidates for the elections were mostly selected by the voters. And under O'Connell's leadership, all the repeal candidates were obliged to contribute to their campaign expenses. If they didn't, another candidate would be chosen. In 1840, O'Connell had called for a repeal corporation, but he hadn't required a repeal pledge from candidates. This meant that Liberals who weren't so keen on repeal could still stand for election. We should note that successful candidates would have to own £1,000 worth of property and live in a house rated at £25 a year. So, the prospective members of this reformed corporation, they were going to be pretty well off. As might be expected, following the election, the bulk of successful repealers and Liberals were well-off tradespeople. The successful Tories, on the other hand, were mostly from professional backgrounds. So what were the results? On the Liberal repeal side, 36 repealers and 11 Liberals were successful, taking 47 of the 60 seats. On the Tory side, 13 were successful. While all the Tories, as you might think, were Protestant, all but 2 of the repealers were Catholic. The Liberals were much more divided. 5 Catholics, 6 Protestants. And since one of the new corporation's first duties was to select a Lord Mayor, it was entirely predictable that O'Connell, who had been one of these successful candidates, should have been chosen to be the incoming Lord Mayor of Dublin. He took up the office in November of 1841. And he therefore became the first Catholic Lord Mayor of Dublin since Terence MacDermott back in 1689. Anyway, we now turn to the impact of the new corporation. What was its significance, and what did it do? We should note perhaps that most other corporations in Ireland followed the lead of Dublin. One important outcome of the elections in 1841 in Dublin was that a Catholic-dominated body aroused fears among many of the Protestant residents in Dublin. And despite the limited powers of the reformed body, you could say that its actions or its position, the positions it took, weren't entirely predictable. And one effect of this was that there was now a considerable exodus from Dublin city, of Protestant residents. They left Dublin, and mostly they moved out to the suburbs. I'm thinking of Rathmines, Rathgar, Monkstown, and so on. And you can see studies on this development by Seamus O'Matthew. So the Dublin suburbs, particularly in South County Dublin, thus became Protestant strongholds. And as a result, the parliamentary constituency of South County Dublin would return a run of unionist MPs, the only such constituency outside Ulster to do so down to about the 1880s. Anyway, the fact that Irish corporations outside Ulster were now a vehicle for repeal agitation alarmed the Tory government in London. And this was particularly the case from 1843, when, in February, Alderman Daniel O'Connell spoke in the chamber on the subject of repeal of the Union for 4 hours. And there was a very lively subsequent debate. Some reforms were introduced at Westminster to try and dampen down the repeal enthusiasm. One of these was the Queen's Colleges Act of 1845, which, as you probably know, saw the establishment of third-level colleges in Cork, Galway, and Belfast. This had something of a divisive effect on Dublin repealers. Some, including the Young Irelanders, who had recently emerged in 1845 as a subgroup of the repealers, some welcomed the measure, but others, particularly the Catholic bishops, were sceptical and concerned. Another controversial measure passed by Parliament was the so-called Charitable Bequests Act of 1844. And as with the Queen's Colleges, that act divided opinion among Irish Catholics and repealers. It meant that people were concerned that the state would gain control over Catholic church property. Anyway, during the remainder of the 1840s, while the campaign for repeal of the Union remained strong in Dublin, Liberals were gradually squeezed out of the corporation. and this produced an even more polarised situation, with a repeal membership almost entirely Catholic and the Tories all Protestants. However, one of O'Connell's stated aims during his year as Lord Mayor was that he would be succeeded in office by a Protestant. And with a few gaps, this was in effect what happened, down to about the 1880s. So remarkable. Catholic Lord Mayor would be succeeded by a Protestant Lord Mayor, and so on and so forth. Finally, we may note that a couple of years after O'Connell's death in 1847, a further act of municipal reform for Dublin was passed in Parliament in 1849. The repeal movement by then was on the back foot, and the government was prepared to extend Dublin Corporation's powers by abolishing the wide street commissioners and the paving board, which had effectively exercised most authority in the city. In conclusion, O'Connell played an extremely important part in Dublin municipal politics in the 1840s. Not only did his leadership obtain a full role for Catholics in corporation affairs, but he also encouraged Catholics and Protestants to cooperate. The term power sharing comes to mind. And he also accepted the right of Irish Protestants to resist repeal of the Union. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Hill. That was fascinating. Your conclusion there, reminding us of the greatness of O'Connell, the true greatness of the man, you know. Yeah, a very complex time, municipal politics in Dublin and how it fed into the repeal movement. It's no wonder that O'Connell, lived for his breaks down in South Kerry to revive himself and recover. Now, our next speaker is Professor Christine Keneally. She's an Irish historian and author, and she has earned a PhD from Trinity College. She is currently, I'm going to take a run at this. She's currently director of Ireland's Great Hunger Institute at Quinnipiac University. How did I do? Quinnipiac, very good. She has published widely on Ireland in the 19th century, and among her publications are Daniel O'Connell and the Anti-Slavery Movement, The Saddest People the Sun Sees from 2016, Black Abolitionists in Ireland 2020, and this morning Professor Keneally will speak to us about Daniel O'Connell and the 1840 International Anti-Slavery Convention. So I'm delighted now to invite Professor Keneally up to the podium.
Thank you so much. All right, I hope I can work the technology. So thank you for inviting me here, the organisers. I feel truly honoured to be speaking about Daniel O'Connell in a place that he loved so much. So I am happy to be here. I think I have a PowerPoint, which I don't know if it's started. Yes, you can see it. Okay, thank you, Paul. So as you've heard, I come from Quinnipiac University, which is really the unpronounceable university. It's Native American. I'm here with my colleague Bob, who some of you have met, whose family come from Cahasaveen. I am director of the Great Hunger Institute, and I'm also a director of the African American Irish Diaspora Network, which was founded in New York in February 2020. So not the best timing, but anyway, it's flourishing at the moment. I'm going to talk about Daniel O'Connell through a particular prism, because we've heard you can see him through various prisms. So my prism is abolition, and inspired by Brendan's talk yesterday when he promoted his book. You all know that. So I'm sort of doing it, but in reverse. So I wrote about Daniel O'Connell, I think it first came out 2011, and Daniel O'Connell and his role in anti-slavery brought me to the wonderful Frederick Douglass, and my work on Frederick Douglass brought me to see that other black abolitionists visited Ireland. So that's my current project, and so far I've identified 30 black abolitionists who came to Ireland before 1860, and 2 of them were women, so that's particularly exciting for me. So unlike Brendan, I'm going to say, do not buy my books. They are hardback, they're really expensive, but they are brilliant. So, so if you're interested in them, please ask your library to get them. So do not buy my books. Okay. So just to provide some context, if you don't know, in 1807, the British government abolished the slave trade. In 1808, the American government did a similar thing. And abolitionists believed that the abolition of the slave trade would naturally lead to the abolition of slavery itself. Of course, that did not happen. There were enough enslaved people at that time who had children and who themselves became chattel slaves. So in the 1820s, there was a new wave of anti-slavery activity. Again, we associate it with William Wilberforce, but William Wilberforce suffered from very bad health and was ailing at this stage. But a new society was formed in Britain. It had some offshoots in Ireland. And I think one of the important things about this abolition movement, it was quite moderate. It believed that ending slavery should be gradual, not immediate. There was a belief that formerly enslaved people would not cope with their freedom. So that was one of the debates that was going on. So a Liverpool abolitionist decided he wanted to engage people in Ireland in this movement. And he travelled 1823 to Ireland, 1824, sorry, and he visited Daniel O'Connell. He felt if he could get Daniel O'Connell on board, other people would follow. And from this stage onwards, Daniel O'Connell rarely made a public speech when he did not refer to the awfulness of enslaving other people. So this really became one of his passions. And the timing was very good because William Wilberforce was in decline. He very rarely sat in Parliament after 1823. And so as Wilberforce sort of was in decline, O'Connell became the rising star in this movement. He very quickly garnered attention in America. In America, abolition was associated with William Lloyd Garrison, a white abolitionist based in Boston. Again, part of a new wave of abolition, and he founded a newspaper, 1832, called The Liberator. And rarely a weekly edition of The Liberator did not include a speech from Daniel O'Connell. So very early on, O'Connell is making an impact on both sides of the Atlantic. And what's important about his approach to abolition is that he believes it should be total, it should be immediate. And he also grounds it in terms of humanity. He doesn't see it as a Christian mission. He believes, and Morris talked about this yesterday, in the human rights of every individual, whatever their colour, whatever their religion. And again, just to give you an idea of the impact that O'Connell made very early on, this is a resolution of free people of colour in New York in 1832. And it's much longer, but I think the language of it is so beautiful and gives you an insight into the importance of O'Connell. That we recognise in the Honourable Daniel O'Connell of Ireland, the champion of religious freedom, the uncompromising advocate of universal emancipation, the friend of the oppressed Africans and their descendants, and of the unadulterated rights of man. So very much grounded in Enlightenment ideals, again, in humanity. And also, we've just heard briefly about O'Connell's political role. As we know, after 1830, O'Connell sat in Parliament. and he used that position to agitate for the ending of slavery within the British Empire. And he was so effective that slave owners got together and they approached him and they said, if you shut up on this issue, we will support you on Irish issues. And he allegedly responded, gentlemen, God knows that I speak for the saddest people the sun sees, but may my right hand forget its cunning, and may my tongue cleave to the roof of my mouth, before to help Ireland I keep silent on the Negro question. And he indeed remained far from silent. So 1833, Parliament actually passed a bill to end enslavement in the British Empire, mostly in the West Indies. It did not extend to India. But again, this belief that it had to be gradual. And so a system of apprenticeship was introduced, and essentially everybody who had been a slave had to remain an apprentice for 12 years. They would get a wage, but this was seen as an important transition. And you probably know that the slave owners received £20 million in compensation. Of course, the slaves didn't get a penny, and O'Connell was furious. This to him was an unacceptable compromise. So even though this legislation was passed, he started to agitate for the ending of apprenticeship. And again, he was effective. After 6 years, the apprenticeship system was brought to an end. So again, very, very effective. 1838, a very famous controversy when there was a new American ambassador in London who wanted to meet O'Connell. O'Connell refused to shake his hand and accused him of being a slave breeder. Ambassador Stevenson challenged O'Connell to a duel, which we know O'Connell didn't fight at this stage. He refused, but this issue was played out in newspapers in Britain, in Ireland, in America. It was debated in the American Congress, and it totally polarized opinion about O'Connell. For some, he was a champion. For others, he was a blackguard. And so, again, very, very prominent. And one aspect of this is a young enslaved man, Frederick Douglass, said this was when he first heard about O'Connell. He said, in the curses of my master, I heard about this Irishman, and I knew if they hated him, that I should love him. So that's the beginning of the relationship. So to jump forward to the World Anti-Slavery Convention, it was based on an idea of an international peace convention, and abolitionists throughout the world, and it really was international, came to London in 1840. And this is an absolutely beautiful image of the people at the convention, which is in the National Portrait Gallery in London. And each of the people there have been identified, so it's actually incredible. Can you find O'Connell? Yes, you see him. So he's in the back, but in a prominent role. The man standing up with his hand raised is 80-year-old Thomas Clarkson, one of the founding fathers of American abolition. You might see at the front, there was a former slave there. He was given deliberately a prominent position, which some of the white abolitionists objected to. And then, if you look carefully, you might spot women, yes? So, but I'm sure you can agree, it's a beautiful, beautiful image. So the convention, it was held in June 1840, first international convention, held in the Exeter Hall in London. Approximately 600 delegates attended for those days, and 17 of them were from Ireland, including Richard Madden, prominent historian, doctor, abolitionist, and O'Connell attended. But he attended representing the Glasgow Emancipation Society, one of the more radical emancipation societies. And, Clarkson, yes, he was the chairman, but it's very obvious that Daniel O'Connell was the star. People came just to hear him, and every time he appeared, he was also sitting in Parliament, people burst into spontaneous applause. And he was one of the very first people to speak again. So, the convention comes, and some women delegates come from America. They were followers of Garrison, and they came as delegates. And the men didn't like this. So the very first debate at this convention was, should we allow women equal status with men? And of course the answer was, no. We will be ridiculed if we do that. And people were asked to vote, and women were told they had to leave. They could go to a balcony, or they could sit behind a curtain, but they had no speaking rights, no voting rights, etc. So the women did that. And Daniel O'Connell had not spoken up on behalf of the women. So 2 of the women, Lucretia Mott and Elizabeth Cady Staton, actually contacted O'Connell and they said, you support every liberal issue there is. Why not women? And O'Connell wrote a public apology to the women. And he said, when I think about it, there is no reason. And every day he went and he sat with the women, and they wrote about how delightful he was. But a further outcome was these 2 women, if any of you know American history, decided that they needed to do something more permanent to give women in America equal status. And I'll come back to that. So the image of those women sitting there with the men is not actually true. And this is O'Connell saying, I recognise this was an unworthy and indeed a cowardly motive, and I easily overcame the influence. Mature consideration convinces me that the rights of female delegates to take their seats at the convention. So again, this public apology, and I think that is really incredible that this great man should do this. So what did the convention discuss? Well, women, of course, enslavement in British India, which had continued in the French colonies, and in, of course, America. They also discussed indemnity for escaped slaves, commissioning a painting, which you've seen, and the big one was Daniel O'Connell was asked, would he create a petition to be signed by Irish people to then be sent to America to ask Irish Americans to support abolition? Because notoriously, Irish America did not support abolition for very complex reasons. And of course, O'Connell agreed, and it was left to this wonderful freeborn black man from America, Charles Lennox Reamond, to actually collect the signatures. And again, he was a great admirer of O'Connell. I venerate that good and mighty man who has put himself forth as the undaunted and fearless champion of the liberty and rights of man in every clime. And he lectured alongside O'Connell, and he said, I thought I was an abolitionist till I met the great Daniel O'Connell. So 1841, Charles Lennox Reamond comes to Ireland. He spends many months here. He's happy. He actually doesn't want to leave. He holidays in County Clare, etc. But he also collects over 70,000 signatures, men and women, for this petition. He takes it back to Boston the end of 1841, and it doesn't go well. The Catholic Church, including John Hughes, come out against it. So it has very, very little impact. And Lennox Reamond is a great friend of Frederick Douglass, and in some ways he creates a slipstream for when Frederick Douglass visits a few years later. So after the convention, O'Connell continues to speak about slavery. And of course, he continues to annoy people or to inspire people, depending on who you are. And these are just 2 cartoons from America. They're in the Library of Congress. But again, it just shows you that in America, O'Connell is annoying slaveholders. And again, you always pictured looking with his shillelagh, collecting the rent, etc. And here's another one of Daniel O'Connell. And there are many of these. But again, just to see his transatlantic impact at this stage. So just briefly, Frederick Douglass, I've mentioned him, and Frederick Douglass was, he'd been born into chattel slavery. He escaped when he was only 20 years old. Because of the Fugitive Slave Act, it meant at any stage he could be captured and retaken back into enslavement. He attended abolition meetings, and in 1840 he spoke at one Nantucket, and William Garrison was in the audience and said, we've just heard this man speak. Is this man a chattel slave? Is he a thing or is he a man? And Garrison recognized the power of Frederick Douglass's story and his personality. He was a brilliant speaker. And so Garrison employed Douglass as a lecturer, and Douglass and Charles Reamond lectured together many, many times. They became lifelong friends. But 1845, Douglass was persuaded to publish his life story. Many others had done so, but his became a bestseller, which propelled him to the front of the abolition movement and put him in danger of being recaptured. And his friends persuaded him he needed to leave America. So August 1845, he sailed to Liverpool, spent one day in Liverpool, and then went on to Ireland. He intended to stay in Ireland for 4 days, but he was made so welcome, he stayed for 4 months, and during that time he gave almost 50 lectures. They lasted for 2 hours, he didn't use notes, and he was a brilliant, brilliant speaker. But just back to the narrative, again, we come to O'Connell. In the preface to the narrative, O'Connell is singled out as a champion of international abolition. So, the two men meet. O'Connell had been in Derrynane, but he came back at the end of September 1845. He was speaking at a repeal meeting in beautiful Conciliation Hall. 3,000 people were there. It was so crowded, Frederick Douglass was at the back, but when O'Connell finished speaking, people started to leave, and Frederick Douglass moved to the front, and John O'Connell introduced Frederick Douglass, 27-year-old Frederick Douglass, to his great hero, Daniel O'Connell. And O'Connell asked people not to leave, but to listen to this visitor from America. And so Frederick Douglass was invited on stage and made a great speech. And this is him talking about hearing O'Connell speak. There is a sweet persuasiveness in his voice beyond any voice I ever heard. His power over an audience is perfect. So that is Douglass reflecting on O'Connell that very evening. But this is Douglass himself speaking. And he praises O'Connell. The poor trampled slave of Carolina had heard the name of the liberator with joy and hope. And he himself had heard the wish that some black O'Connell would yet rise among his countrymen and cry, agitate, agitate, agitate. And that became the mantra of Frederick Douglass, but we know who he stole it from. He did. So the statue you see there is actually at my university, Quinnipiac, and it was actually commissioned when President Obama visited Ireland. So it was in Dublin for some time, and now it's at Quinnipiac. It's 8 foot by 8 foot. It's beautiful. It's deeply symbolic. The cloak that Frederick Douglass is wearing is based on the cloak of Daniel O'Connell. The waistcoat is based on waistcoat worn by Abraham Lincoln. The outstretched right hand is modeled exactly on the hand of President Obama, and in his left hand, he's holding his narrative. So it's a beautiful, beautiful statue, and I think gives you a sense of his energy and passion. So we love our statue. So I'm starting to sum up. Douglass never forgot Ireland or Daniel O'Connell. And that's clear because time and time again, he refers to O'Connell and to his time in Ireland. And towards the end of his life, Frederick Douglass lived till 1895. Frederick Douglass accepted the position as governor of Haiti, and you probably know Haiti was the first black republic in the world. At this stage, America was planning to recolonize it, and so Douglass resigned in protest. But a few years later, he made a speech, and this is from 1893. My subject is Haiti, the Black Republic, the only self-made black republic in the world. It was once said by the great Daniel O'Connell that the history of Ireland might be traced, like a wounded man through a crowd, by the blood. The same may be said of the history of Haiti as a free state. Her liberty was born in blood, cradled in misfortune, and has lived more or less in a storm of revolutionary turbulence. So a beautiful quote that links Haiti with Ireland. So what are the legacies of the convention? Well, it focused attention on enslavement in a number of places, but particularly America and British India. And in fact, it was very effective because enslavement in British India was ended in 1843, America, not until 1863. It inspired the Irish petition appealing to Irish Americans, which was not so successful, but again, that knowledge of the need to actually do something about Irish America and to try and change them, to persuade them to support abolition. I told you about the women who were in the convention, who were excluded from the convention, and they definitely did do something, because in 1848, they held a convention in Seneca Falls in New York, which in America is seen as the foundation of the women's movement. And Frederick Douglass attended. He signed their Declaration of Sentiment. He was one of the few men brave enough to do that, and the only man of colour to do so. And the very day that Frederick died in February 1895, he'd been to a convention on women's rights, and the women stood up and cheered him. So to the end of his life, he was a great feminist. The convention created a global abolitionist movement, and it confirmed O'Connell as the international champion of anti-slavery. less palatable maybe, it also revealed there were very serious divisions within the abolition movement. And so another legacy to me is that Daniel O'Connell really inspired future generations of champions of civil rights, which continues to this day. And thank you. And this image is, you'll recognize it, of Derrynane. It's by Jack B. Yeats, and it's actually at Quinnipiac. But I would love if it could come back home. Anyway, so thank you very much.
Thank you so much to our three speakers this morning. I'm reminded why we come here, not just to be informed and engaged, but to be enlightened and inspired. You know, and I think all our three speakers have done that this morning. So a big bull of boss, please. Unfortunately, on Thomas Dig, so ni again kun question a chur. Mary, will you advise us on? Yeah, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mirish. What a wonderful morning. So we're running a little bit late for coffee, so we're going to ask the people in the AV room if you just go out to the restaurant, and Deirdre and her team have delicious scones and we'll look after you there. And the people here in the chapel, just go out here to the left and you're going to go into the marquee and Deirdre will look after you there. So have a lovely coffee and enjoy, and we'll see you back here then we're just going to change the timing to give you time to enjoy your coffee. We'll bring you back here at 11:30 sharp, please. So enjoy. Thank you.
Okay, Táimid Reaganish. So is Misha Maury line. Agus Curum Falcher Riv Gachtin in Shahan Enov, Agus Beg Sulagum Gomeg na Lechtana Aniyasafad, Tasulagum Gomeg. So this morning, after our break, we have, the theme is priests and people, and we have two speakers. Dr. Colm Kenny is the first speaker, and Conor Dodd is number two. So Dr. Colm Kenny is Professor Emeritus of Dublin City University. He's a renowned journalist and historian, and worked with RTE both as a presenter and journalist. He is a founding member of the Broadcasting Authority of Ireland and is a former chair of the Masters in Journalism programme at DCU. Among the many books he has published, very varied books, Irish-American Odyssey, a study of immigrants in the USA, focusing on one family, Moments That Changed Us, Ireland after 1973, and we had lots of discussion on that yesterday, which was an excellent sessions. And The Enigma of Arthur Griffin was another book, Arthur Griffith. His most recent book was Kenmare, History and Survival, Father John Sullivan and the Famine Poor. Colm's topic today is very intriguing, and I'm looking forward to it myself, which I'm sure all of you are too. And it is on Bear Repealers and Close Relations, Father John Sullivan, the O'Connells of Derrynane, and Catholic Diversity in 19th Century Kerry. Give a good warm welcome to Dr. Colm Kenny. Thank you, Colm.
Thank you very much for your kind words. It's a pleasure and an honour to be here today. I've long taken a keen interest in a man they call the Liberator. I've written elsewhere about his days as a law student in London and about his early career at the Irish Bar. And he has always seemed to me to be the quintessential Irish politician, shades of him perhaps in someone who was speaking yesterday in Cahersiveen. It also so happens that the oldest item belonging to my family in my possession personally is this framed image. Now, I haven't, are we right? Now, will that change that for me? Am I, sorry about this. There. It's this image framed from a newspaper 175 years ago by an ancestor of mine, John Kenny, in Dublin. And it shows O'Connell dying in Genoa. His doctors, of course, told him he wasn't well enough to come back across the Irish Sea and make the journey to Derrynane, but they let him make what they thought might be a recuperative journey to Italy. And it's interesting in the context of what was said there by Christine and others to know that he was greeted as a hero as he passed through Paris with enormous crowds and a civic reception. He only got as far as Genoa, of course, where he died, with his wishes being that his heart should go to Rome and his body to Dublin. The man there in the photograph is Michael Kenny, my grandfather's father, who took this photo down and reframed it in 1898. His son, Michael's son Kevin, my grandfather, married Annette Murphy of Tralee. And there's a connection to Father O'Sullivan in that, which I'll mention in a while. I don't know why this particular picture was quite so important that it remained in the family, but it passed down anyway, and I have it still. Now, at the time of O'Sullivan's death, I'm going the wrong way. There, we got it right. Now, at the time of O'Connell's death, the parish priest of Kenmare was Father John O'Sullivan. He'd been appointed in 1839 and would remain until his death in 1874. O'Sullivan was born in Tralee in 1807. He wrote that both his father and mother, though poor, his father was a painter, a house painter, they were, as he put it, most respectably connected. Now, it's not clear how he was a near relative of Daniel O'Connell's family, as the priest informed Lord Lansdowne and many others. O'Sullivan's father and a man known as Daniel Splinter O'Connell were described by O'Sullivan as both cousins and inseparable friends. Daniel Splinter O'Connell was an attorney in Tralee, and Father John described him as a wild, reckless fellow, married a sister of the illustrious Daniel O'Connell, and she, Ellen, was forced to separate from him. Splinter was also a first cousin of Daniel O'Connell's wife. I don't know if any of you have ever tried to unravel intermarriage in County Kerry, but I can tell you as a Dubliner, it's a nightmare. When he was dying, Splinter called his friend's son, John, the future priest, to his bedside and made the future priest a gift of a great portion of the classics, books which the boy subsequently used to learn Latin. Not long after Splinter died, so did John O'Sullivan Sr. He left his widow with 3 young children in Tralee. The future Father John was the eldest, just 6.5 years old. Money was tight, so as the priest later wrote, my mother, having no prospect of being able to forward me, took me from school with a view to binding me to my uncle and her brother, Stephen Walsh, or perhaps Welsh, depending how you want to pronounce it, then an eminent and wealthy cabinet maker who lived on the square in Tralee. As it happens, that cabinet maker was also the great-grandfather of my grandmother, Annette Murphy Kenny from Tralee. Father John wrote that friends of his family, including Daniel O'Connell, prevailed on his mother to let him continue his schooling for a while. And thus, said Father John, I was saved from my uncle's workshop. He wrote that O'Connell even undertook to pay for his tuition, but it wasn't necessary because a local schoolmaster, poor honest Bob Slattery as he called him, never asked nor accepted anything for his tuition. Catholics and Protestants were taught together by him, by the way. O'Sullivan entered Maynooth Seminary on a scholarship and returned to Kerry a priest. He was soon sent to Dingle as a curate in 1830. This was when a great cholera epidemic swept the world. 200 people died in a month in Dingle. He was immediately immersed in death and misery. He was also immersed in proselytism, of which Dingle was something of a centre. Now, he claimed to have coined in Dingle the well-known term super for proselytizers, a claim that's made in his own handwriting on a contemporary book about proselytizing missions that survives in Kerry County Library in Tralee. And his claim to have coined the term super was later supported by Canon John O'Rourke, a 19th century church historian of the famine. and it's also lent some credence by entries in the Folklore Commission. But of course, I can't prove it, and I don't know how one would. In 1839, O'Sullivan left Dingle to become parish priest of Kenmare and the adjacent Temple No combined parish. Kenmare was a relatively new town, conceived in its modern form only in the 1770s by the then William Petty, not the original William Petty as sometimes thought, but by the then William Petty, who was the first Lord Lansdowne and who had been briefly Prime Minister of Britain. The town was built up largely by Catholic merchants during the first decades of the 19th century, and by 1839, when Father John arrived, it seemed set to prosper, but then the Great Famine struck. The town stood at a place hitherto named Derrynane, where fewer than 20 houses and an old barracks had been before 1800. The place name Derrynane, of course, is still used today in Irish as the name of Kenmare, and it was still being found in English into the 19th century in official government documents. From Derrynane to Derrynane is some 50 kilometres along the north coast of Kenmare Bay, or Kenmare River, as this stretch is also erroneously called sometimes. It's not a river, of course. There was no ring road then, and any journey beyond Temple No to Derrynane was long and fraught in bad weather. In fact, there's a fascinating account by a German prince, a friend of Goethe, who came in the 1830s. He made a journey to Derrynane from Kenmare one dark winter's night in bad weather, nearly died because he tried to go down on the beach to avoid some rocks and the tide came in. But it's a brutal passage. Father John O'Sullivan was frequently called out on foot or on horseback to minister to the sick at all hours along the coast or up into the glens behind. But sometimes too, he went to visit farmhouses on the biannual round of stations as the visits by priests to hear confessions and celebrate Mass were known. And this is a fine sketch from the first edition of William Carleton's Irish Peasantry, showing a station. O'Sullivan liked the old ways, despite the hardship for priests that practices such as the stations involved. He also was resistant to new dogmas, such as that of the Immaculate Conception, that Rome was formulating in the 19th century. In a remarkable passage in his journals, he inquires why these dogmas were never necessary before. He'd never heard of them at Maynooth, and it hadn't stopped him being a loyal Catholic. Now, this attitude, as you can imagine, was not one that endeared him to a hierarchy that was increasingly composed of men eager to assert institutional order and bourgeois respectability within the Irish Church. O'Sullivan himself at one point seemed destined for promotion. Bishop Egan of Kerry, when ill, sent him on his behalf to the significant Synod of Thurles in 1850. At that event, the growing dominance of Archbishops Paul Cullen and John McHale within the hierarchy was evident. These two churchmen found O'Sullivan, both in person and by repute, not to their liking. He seemed to them to be unbiddable and unpredictable. Cullen directly intervened personally to stop O'Sullivan becoming Bishop of Kerry in 1853 after Bishop Egan died. It's extraordinary because the priests of Kerry and the bishops of Munster had actually recommended O'Sullivan as Egan's successor. Didn't matter. Cullen stopped it. O'Sullivan's clash over proselytism with the local landlord of Dromore Castle, Reverend Dennis Mahoney, is thought to have led indirectly to that landlord's death. These clashes in Kenmare were reported nationally at the time, but they slipped from sight and also from accounts of Irish proselytism until unearthed recently by me for my book on Kenmare. Desmond Bowen in his books on proselytism doesn't mention the clashes here, and even Brian McMahon in his recent book on Dingle doesn't mention them, and they were considerable and important clashes. There's no time today to give a full account of O'Sullivan's life. I've told this story. I'm not going to promote my book like some other people have shamelessly done, but it's very good. And now, I also include in that chapter, by the way, that chapter is substantially about Father John and his time during the famine, helping the people in the workhouse, but I expanded it because the history of Kenmare has been distorted by a certain tradition of historiography, represented by perhaps what you might call one side of the argument, including the English historian Macaulay, who has an extraordinary digression in his history of England, a 4-page history of Kenmare. So I have covered much more. I also included a chapter on women in Kenmare because too often women have been invisible in history. And in that connection, I just want to mention my gratitude to Anne McCabe Hickey in Killowen near Kenmare, who was a teacher and two assists most of her life, and who has kept the memory of Father O'Sullivan and the workhouse alive when it could have slipped through the cracks and been forgotten, and it was extremely helpful to me. I also want to mention again my grandmother, Annette Murphy, who copied out in her own handwriting a letter Father John wrote to the people of Templeoe during the famine. And that letter lay among family papers for a long time. After my grandmother died in 1972, nobody paying much attention to it until I took it out some years ago and began to read it and see what it was. And written on it was that the priest is a relation of mother who fed the poor. This was written by an aunt of mine. And sure enough, it turned out that Father John's grandfather was my grandmother's great-grandfather. He was Stephen Walsh, the ship's captain in Dingle, who used to bring butter to Lisbon, and back from Lisbon used to bring wine to Dingle, until unfortunately he went down with his ship one night in a storm. But because of that letter, I got interested in this, and it's how I've come to research the history of Kenmare and the area and of Father O'Sullivan. You can see the photo here on the front cover of the book at the bottom there. You can see on the right-hand side there's a long building, and that's Kenmare Workhouse. And the workhouse records are now safe. They were found, luckily, by another local historian. They were found in an attic in Dingle, and they're now safe. Many volumes, it could be a book in itself based on the workhouse records. They're in Dingle, they're in Tralee County, Kerry County Library in Tralee. O'Sullivan's, there's the workhouse, blown up from an 1895 photograph in the National Library. It was demolished in about 1930. Although the building on the right, which is the Workhouse Fever Hospital, is still in existence and is used as a private residence. O'Sullivan's physical legacy to the area has been more than a dozen national schools that he constructed, as well as the great convent school in Holy Cross Church in Kenmare. It's said locally that the motif of the Star of David, repeated throughout that church, was a deliberate acknowledgement of the help that O'Sullivan received for Kenmare from Jews when he went to London during the famine. Some of the original furnishings of the church were removed in the last century after the Second Vatican Council, although the old wooden cover of the original baptismal font survives on the floor in the side chapel, and this was carved in the workshop of my grandmother Annette's grandfather in Tralee. The main source of the information on O'Sullivan are his unpublished journals and other papers in the Diocesan Archive in Killarney, a trove that should be published in its own right in a discreet edition, and I'm grateful to the diocese for permission to use those. The first dated entry in O'Connell's journals, sometimes called diaries, but they're not really. There are some contemporary diary entries. Many of them are not contemporary. They're written out, obviously, what are now no longer extant diaries of some kind. And then he's also memoirs, and he's also advice to young priests, which didn't get published in his day. But the first dated entry in O'Connell's journals, in O'Sullivan's journals, is that of the 10th of October 1843. He had just returned from pastoral work to read in a newspaper that the great national movement of Daniel O'Connell MP for the repeal of the Act of Union was being faced down by the government. O'Connell was now convening what were described, of course, as monster open-air meetings to demonstrate peaceful support for the repeal campaign. Meetings such as the one sketched for the Illustrated London News that August. O'Connell wrote in his journal for that date, "The newspaper brings an account of the repeal meeting at Clontarf being put down by proclamation." He added, however, "I've not given it my adhesion," the repeal movement, the repeal cause, for many reasons, and he identified just two such reasons. The first was his bad experience as a curate in Dingle, when in 1835 he had encouraged tenants to vote for an O'Connellite candidate against the Knight of Kerry, only to see tenants who were known to have voted so suffer. The second reason he gave was that he felt that taking an overt political stance would weaken him strategically in his efforts to limit the ambitions of the local landlord and clergyman Dennis Mahoney. He noted, however, that the priests of this district are all repealers. Yet his own reluctance to come out as a repealer seems not to have been entirely a matter of strategy. For in 1849 he told members of a select committee of Parliament in London, to which he had managed to get himself invited, and he was a remarkable man. He became personally friendly with Trevelyan and stayed of Trevelyan's Corn, the most powerful civil servant of the time in some ways in relation to the famine, and even stayed for a night in Trevelyan's house in London. But he told the committee, my own parishioners had a row as to whether I should be a repealer or not, and I was afraid they were likely to come to an unpleasant termination. And I said, as I must be on one side or the other, here is for repeal, but I never took an active part in it. He was asked, you're no politician. He said, no, I am opposed to the repeal of the Union if we could get any fair play from the British government, which I don't think we have got. Sounds like an answer worthy of Bertie Ahern there, I think. A year or two later, he wrote privately in his manuscript named Praxis Parochi, also in the archive in Killarney of the diocese, that the repeal movement was a farce and humbug, and that he himself was what he termed a bare repealer. O'Sullivan's curate, John Hampton, had stronger views than O'Sullivan in such matters, following the short Young Ireland revolt of 1848, during which shots were fired in the vicinity of Dromore Castle. And you pass Dromore Castle here on your right as you're going into Kenmare. Hampton got himself into trouble for objecting to the police posting a government proclamation on the Church of Ireland, on the Catholic chapel at Temple No, concerning the Young Ireland leader Smith O'Brien. Sir John Tyrrell, whom O'Sullivan describes in his journal as a cracked, bigoted member of Parliament, appears to have confused Hampton with O'Sullivan when citing a letter in Parliament to condemn O'Sullivan and to call into question Britain's relationship with the Vatican. So John O'Connell MP immediately rose in a point of order. He said that he didn't see what a letter written by some anonymous slanderer in a drunken moment had to do with diplomatic relations in Rome. John O'Connell was the third of Daniel O'Connell's sons and became head of the repeal movement, of course, after his father's death. Regarded as the repeal movement's financial expert, he was, according to Patrick Maum in the Dictionary of Irish Biography, a conscientious and hard worker. He shared with O'Sullivan an aversion to the Young Irelanders. When Father John later went to London in 1849 to lobby for the paupers of Kenmare, John O'Connell MP invited him to dinner, along with a good many Irish, and songs were sung afterwards. Some years earlier, both O'Sullivan and John O'Connell had been taught a song about Napper Tandy and other rebels of 98 by O'Sullivan's friend in Dingle, the apothecary William Nelligan, who himself had met Napper Tandy. Now, one of the reasons O'Sullivan was in London in 1849 was that he had succeeded in getting an invitation to address the Select Committee at Westminster on the plight of paupers in Kenmare. The same John Tyrrell MP who had earlier confused him with his curate and denounced him in Parliament appears to have attended the whole first day of O'Sullivan's evidence, even though he wasn't on the committee. O'Sullivan was afraid that Tyrrell might somehow be allowed to attack him on the day. So the parish priest of Kenmare had some MPs prepared in case of an attack, including both John O'Connell and the latter's first cousin, Morgan John O'Connell. Go back there for a minute. If John O'Sullivan got on well with John O'Connell, he was not enamoured of John's eldest brother, Morris, who was also a member of Parliament and who from the early 1840s was Daniel O'Connell's agent in Kerry. Among properties of the O'Connell family was some land in Father John's parish, by the way, for which the O'Connells sought money from the government to support works. Morris had been made a director of the National Bank when his father founded it in 1835, and Father John O'Sullivan's brother Stephen was given a job in that bank through their family's ostensible connection with the O'Connells. It didn't work out well for Stephen, who was sacked. This is the third Stephen I had mentioned. Now, there was the man who was the ship's captain in Dingle, then there was the man who was the cabinet maker that's Father John's uncle, who was the cabinet maker. Now, this is Father John's brother who got the job in the bank. He was sacked following some kind of financial carelessness or irregularity, and this led to bad feelings about Morris, who had first seemed willing to help Stephen. Father John wrote in his journal in 1848, "My brother Stephen is in great distress in Dublin. He ran a nice race over the Athlone with balls and parties when he was manager there, and neglected his business and got dismissed. Maurice O'Sullivan promises to interest himself with the bank directors when he shall go over to London in February. O'Sullivan at first thought that Stephen was the object of political malice as the priest struggled to understand what had happened. He suggested that the inspector who wrote the report on foot of which Father John's brother was dismissed was a violent party man much opposed to O'Connell, and from the fact of my brother being so near a relation to the O'Connells, the inspector thought Father John's brother ought to be a partisan and co-politician, when the very reverse was the fact. As Stephen pestered his brother John for both money and help, the parish priest found that Maurice O'Connell had grown cold in respect to the matter. This seems to have been connected with the priest's own association with Lord Lansdowne, the great landlord of Kenmare, whose good relations Father John cultivated for the sake of his parishioners. This appears to have irked Maurice, for O'Sullivan wrote in his journal that Mr. Maurice O'Connell, my near relative, and from whom I had the most distinct assurance of my brother's reinstatement, lately told my brother that I had better apply to Lord Lansdowne, as I seem to make a habit of upholding him at home and disparaging every other landlord. Maurice is a director of the bank, and the moment he saw the letter the directors wrote my brother, he at once said that the moment he would go to London, he'd have him reinstated. But when my brother informed me of the reply he got, I made no further request of Mr. O'Connell. When Maurice O'Connell wished to embroil O'Sullivan in his political ambitions in 1852, trying to get the priest to appear on the hustings with him, O'Connell avoided his scheme, describing Maurice as a drunken cracked swab. He noticed my principal position here being based on the fact of my being no politician until provoked by the attempts that were made at superism. But he added, Maurice was too cavalier enough to my brother when dismissed from the National Bank. In the Dictionary of Irish Biography, Patrick Maugham has written of Maurice that his laziness and financial extravagance were encouraged by the fact that the Derrynane estate was entailed upon him as the eldest son. Even had Daniel O'Connell wished to disinherit him, he wouldn't have been able to do so. Like his father, Maurice revelled in hospitality regardless of expense, wrote Maugham, who's a very respected authority on biography. When Maurice was elected to Parliament in 1852, there were celebrations in Cahersiveen, as a disgusted Father John told his journal. And I apologise here to anybody from Cahersiveen. The good, or rather the silly people of Cahersiveen are almost frantic at the news, frantic with joy, drums playing, colours flying, men hurrahing, brats screeching, an attempt at a band parading the town, tossing their hats in the air, waving green boughs and shaking handkerchiefs, hosannas and hallelujahs, such a bobbery, and all for a drunken swab that doesn't care one damn for the whole of them. A man that doesn't care for anyone, won't pay anyone, won't regard any principle or attend to any duty. God help poor Ireland while she's such men to make laws for her and to look after her interests. No wonder she should be what she is. Now, it's because of things like that, I think, there's wonderful stuff in the diaries, but I suspect that may also be why they weren't published yet. And if you think that's strong stuff, you should see what he says about some of the other priests in Kerry at the time. Patrick, I'm coming towards the end of this now. Patrick Maugham notes in the Dictionary of Irish Biography that this Maurice O'Connell engaged in liaisons with local women fathering several children. Maugham adds that confused memories of his activities contributed to the folk image of his father as a promiscuous seducer. One assumes that such irresponsible sexual activity, if the rumours were true, exacerbated O'Sullivan's dislike of Maurice. By this time, of course, Daniel O'Connell had died in 1847. You can touch the coffin containing his remains if you visit Glasnevin Cemetery, as I have done. A fairly odd thing to do, but there you are. You can actually touch the coffin, not just a tomb. You can visit the Irish College in Rome and stand before the plaque behind which his heart should be within an urn. But that plaque was moved at some stage when the Irish College moved, and the urn was lost in circumstances which remain somewhat mysteriously. But what I have not done so far is found any evidence that O'Sullivan and Daniel O'Connell themselves ever met face to face. It would be extraordinary if they had not. And I suspect they were the kind of men who, if they had something important to say to one another, would have preferred to have said it in person. Although the fact that there was no easy passage, we think now you come from here, maybe going somewhere from Derrynane, you might go through Kenmare, but as I say, there was no road as such, and you would have gone over the mountain to Killarney, probably O'Connell. But I mean, it's almost inconceivable they didn't meet and weren't in communication. When you see Sullivan's efforts to represent the paupers and his journeys to London himself and what he did there, his managing to get into the Relief Commission for famine not once but twice, which was extraordinary to even get in once in person before these rich bankers, famous Jewish bankers in London, and how he got on so well with them. But evidence may have slipped by me when reading his voluminous papers in the diocesan archive during COVID, or it may exist elsewhere. There's plenty of work there to entice younger researchers to revisit my sources for this and other reason. So in conclusion, I think what this story tells us, and what looking at the relationships in respect to these matters in this part of Kerry show us, are two things. First of all, I'm not a hagiographer. I like messy people. I've written a biography of Griffith, who's a terrific character, but because of his ambiguities, has been somewhat neglected. Similarly, Father Sullivan was no saint. That's what I like about him in some ways, a very interesting man. But I think what this study shows are a few things you can say about Irish Catholics, just based on this area alone. There was no single view on the organisational future of the Catholic Church. There was strong disagreement, not uniformity. Many of the priests didn't agree on national education, on matters like the new dogma that was being brought in, on the way in which the church was being got back into physical institutions in towns and away from the stations which dispersed it among the people. There was no single view on the merits of repeal either. We weren't all on the one road singing the same song on that. There was no single view on the role and responsibility of landlords. There were, plenty of Catholics who were involved in the oppression and exploitation of the poorer people too, and they didn't always meet eye to eye when they were trying to lobby for each. And there was no single class interest. There was not just one Catholic body, and I think it's important to remember this. O'Sullivan got on very well with Protestant clergymen who were not proselytizers, and many turned up and paid him tribute at his funeral in Kenmare in 1874. So he did work with them, and he was complimented. He'd gone to school with the agent of the estates in Dingle, Thompson, a notorious proselytizer. He didn't get on with him either, but he did get on very well with the agent on Lord Lansdowne estate. So I think in that respect that there's a lot to be learned from this, but it's also a very good story, and I'm very grateful to have the opportunity to share some of it with you here today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for a very interesting talk, and it shows that there was always diversity, strong, opinionated people in Kerry, and there was no, as Colm said, there are no single view of religion, of how the questions were to be, the political questions were to be dealt with, the landlord issue, all of that sort of thing meant that there was always controversy and debate among people, just like there is today. So there'll be a chance for questions afterwards. Our second speaker today is Conor Dodd. Conor is the historian at Glasnevin Cemetery, and Colin brought us nicely from O'Connell's death and his burial at Glasnevin to Conor, who is now a custodian there, and he will talk on Daniel O'Connell and the 1820s burial controversy. So it's the resting place of many of our heroes that we have spoken about already. So thank you, Conor. Looking forward to your talk.
Now, Tom fear buocht on scolasacht on cuir hortum tachtan shoniuv agus Lart Liv Marielle O'Connell agus an buinte vega le bonu on relegata in a Glasnevin. So as I begin, what I'd like to begin with actually is a quote from O'Connell himself, which came from 1823, and he said, "Catholics may as well at once abandon the tombs of their fathers and relatives as to submit to the petty and tyrannical bigotry which now seeks unjustly and illegally to deprive them of the consolations of their holy religion. And those words of O'Connell's in 1823 were spoken when he initially and somewhat angrily responded to the news of the funeral of a Catholic man named Arthur Darcy being interrupted in St. Kevin's churchyard in Dublin. And what I'm going to talk to you today about is regarding that incident, but also what followed as an example of how O'Connell enthusiastically and successfully engaged with issues where reform was required. And it's remarkable, I think we've gotten a sense of the numbers of different things that O'Connell was involved with and the diversity of issues that he was interested in. And 2 centuries ago in 1822, O'Connell, in all probability, did not perceive that this issue would, in a very short time, draw him into the area of cemeteries and essentially funerary services management. However, he took the issue to heart, not only found a solution, but also, I think it's fair to say, excelled in that sphere. What I will describe today is part of a much bigger story and an aspect of O'Connell's work that I think is it's not only fascinating, but worthy of greater study. And I must note that I'll be referring to O'Connell, obviously, throughout, but in a lot of cases, that is also referencing O'Connellites more generally, those people who did an awful lot of the glamourless work associated with such endeavours, people like Matthias O'Kelly, for example, the former secretary of the Catholic Association, who was instrumental in the foundation of Glasnevin and its sister cemetery at Golden Bridge. In the midst of that controversy I referred to just before, in September of 1823, regarding funeral rites for Roman Catholics in Ireland, O'Connell prescribed that his supporters should advance their cause by seeking acceptance within the traditional place of burial, that is, the churchyards which were administered by the established church. However, Roman Catholics did soon abandon the tombs of their fathers, noticing a greater opportunity in the newly developing garden cemetery movement advocated by O'Connell. The result ultimately was Glasnevin Cemetery, which from humble beginnings grew to become the largest cemetery in Ireland, with many interments of note and an important space of national identity, religion and politics. The establishment of Glasnevin became an exercise in gathering together Catholic and sympathetic bodies in a controlled manner that would ultimately express the cultural importance of the dead body and create an exclusive community of memory and perpetuity for Catholics in Ireland, a state of existence denied to the churchyards in which they had been previously confined. The ideological beginnings of Glasnevin and the issues that influenced its development underpinned the cemetery and arguably still do. These issues are critical in understanding how the cemetery developed as it did. Following the Reformation, Roman Catholics in Ireland buried their dead, for the most part, within the confines of old monasteries or within churchyards now administered by Protestant ministers. And despite the perceived legal position, there was a general acceptance between the two principal denominations of the island that allowed Catholics to perform on occasion a very basic form of service and some understated graveside prayers. In the 1820s, however, in Dublin, this peaceful balance came into jeopardy and descended into outright antagonism following that funeral that I've mentioned of Arthur Darcy in St. Kevin's churchyard on the 9th of September 1823. It was with good reason that the Darcy funeral became a catalyst for a protracted and bitter public campaign in relation to those rites of burial, leading to the eventual establishment of Glasnevin. This particular funeral was well attended. Darcy had been a very well-known and respected Dublin citizen, and his death following a fall from a horse had been unexpected. Aside from this, Darcy belonged to a particular class of politically and commercially active Catholic. He was a successful businessman, and alongside his brother John was proprietor of the Anchor Brewery in Usher Street, purchased by the Darcys for the significant sum of £35,000 in 1818. His brother John worked closely with Daniel O'Connell and was later elected Liberal or Whig, whichever you prefer, Lord Mayor of Dublin in 1852. His brother-in-law, John Redmond, one of the principal mourners at the funeral, was a close ally of O'Connell and an active member of the Catholic Association. So this was the type of funeral, essentially, that was interrupted. Dr. Michael Blake, the Roman Catholic Archdeacon of Dublin, led that funeral. Blake, later a Bishop of Dromore, was an adversarial figure who believed that the era of Catholic deference, as he regarded it, had passed. In 1816, he had built the first Catholic church in Dublin to face the street and house a bell. And he also defended legal proceedings against that building with the assistance of O'Connell. Further to this, the Darcy funeral was also representative of that class, I suppose, of Catholic funeral in which prayers were said at the graveside within churchyards. And in introducing the second act of the 1824 Burials Act, William Plunkett stated that most Catholics were buried without ceremony, but it was customary, and this is a quote, it was customary on the interment of Catholics of the better orders to have more or less a sort of service performed by the priest. For the majority of Dublin Catholics of the period, prayers for those to be buried in a churchyard were limited to within the house of the deceased, where soil was placed in the coffin to replicate the act of burial. For many others, it was confined to ejection, to what David Dixon has referred to as, or noted, was considered the pauper's wilderness of death at Bully's Acre, with nothing resembling religious rites. As the mourners and members of the Catholic clergy at the Darcy funeral encircled the grave in order to recite the De Profundis and other prayers led by Blake, they were interrupted by the sexton of the parish, William Bruce Dunn, who insisted that they must desist from saying any prayers at the graveside in accordance with the law. After a tense exchange of views, the mourners and clergy departed the scene. The incident was first brought to public attention in an anonymous letter signed "A Protestant Who Was Present" to the editor of the pro-Catholic Dublin Evening Post and published on the day of the funeral. The letter claimed that the sexton was acting under the orders of the recently appointed Protestant Archbishop of Dublin, William McGee. The letter, sorry, does it run there? Excuse me, sorry, just this is the problems with technology. You'll lose where you are. The letter claimed that the sexton was acting under the orders of the recently appointed Protestant Archbishop of Dublin, William McGee, and the letter gave rise to some comment, but it was another letter written on the 18th of September by Michael Blake from his residence in Exchange Street that started the burial rights conflict in earnest. Within his letter, Blake claimed, quote, "I did nothing which any layman might not lawfully do, nothing which has not been done by Catholic clergymen and Catholic laymen under the administration of the most bigoted prelates during the most persecuting periods of former times," end quote. Blake's statement was supplemented with a legal opinion by Daniel O'Connell, beginning with the rather bullish assertion that there was no statute law preventing a Catholic priest from praying for a deceased Catholic in a churchyard. The publication of both letters laid down a challenge to the authority of the established church and was a likely outcome of the incident at St. Kevin's. During this period, it was considered, and this is not just in the Irish context, it's wider than that, it's seen in Britain as well, or in England as well, it was considered that a real or perceived wrong to a corpse was an act of war. The churchyard burial had long been a site of conflict and a tussle for control in the British Isles and beyond. Issues relating to churchyard burial were established, debated, and fought over by outsiders, dissenters, and others. These disputes were regional and naturally parochial by nature. However, they shared a commonality based within the rights of marginalised groups to be buried according to their beliefs and wishes within church grounds and with religious services afforded to them. The Irish burials dispute of O'Connell's era fitted into this wider trend of late 18th and early 19th century conflict in relation to the rights of the dead and control of the burial place. These disputes were less theological or eschatological and more related to communal requirements and civil rights versus clerical sensitivities and privilege. The development of a campaign for a secular, independent burial ground unattached to the place of worship of any one denomination with rights for all and dignity for the dead was not one entirely pioneered by the Catholic Association and its followers. And I think this is an important point, I suppose, in considering the way in which O'Connell and his allies were clearly looking at what was happening elsewhere during the same period. Sorry, I just lost my plot there again. What you have is a situation where this vehicle or model that presented itself elsewhere really through the unwillingness of an old regime to change its way. Thomas Lacour, who is noted on his work in relation to I suppose the long history of death and burial, notes that the reaction to this tension of the 1820s and 30s was a hardening of attitudes, and Anglican clergy, this is in England, became ever more obstinate. The High Church became more recalcitrant, this is what he says, perhaps because of fear of popular insurrection in this era of the great Chartist organisation, perhaps because they saw the right to burial as one prong in a larger attack on church privileges, rates, tithes, education, end quote. And I think the Irish context was no different, as the period saw increasing hostility by churchyard administrators, while conversely Catholics became more resentful of the charges paid by them to that church for funeral services. These larger issues, coupled with local incidents such as the Darcy funeral, in which the emotive issue of indignity towards the dead came to the fore, buoyed the Irish Catholic push for reform in the area of burial. The Darcy dispute continued through October and November of 1823, particularly in newspapers via letters, opinions, and transcriptions of speeches, reaching a much further audience than only Irish regional and national publications. Both sides also made sworn statements, giving their account of events at St. Kevin's. The sexton at the centre of the controversy, William Dunn, who I mentioned earlier, submitted his to the Chief Secretary, claiming that he had been subjected to Catholic criticism as they claimed that, quote, millions of them were not to be trampled on nor insulted by a few, nor would they endure it any longer. John Redmond, in his own statement, denied that he or any other mourner present had said those words or threatened Dunn. Many Catholics and their supporters directed their iron hostility towards the newly appointed evangelical Archbishop of Dublin, I mentioned earlier, William Magee, upon whose orders they believed the sexton was acting. For his part, Magee defended himself and his supporters rallied around him. One, Mortimer O'Sullivan, ignoring that the Darcy funeral was likely interrupted specifically as an attack on the activism of a particular Catholic class, denounced the insincerity of the Catholic outrage, claiming that they had performed prayers at the graveside in the case of the rich only, and also said that while they have suffered the poor to be buried, as they themselves now say, like dogs. In a speech to the Catholic Association in November of 1823, O'Connell cut to one of the opportunities that the burials issue presented to the association. It was not just an opportunity to advance Catholic rights, it also opened the possibility of gaining control of the significant revenue generated through the administration of churchyards. O'Connell declared that the Protestant clergy dealt with churchyards as if the land was their own freehold. He wryly questioned if any such clergy had begun sowing turnips and other vegetables, as he doubted, quote, whether such an occupation would be as financially productive as sowing papists, end quote. He duly called upon Catholics to campaign for and exert control over a burial space of their own. He considered that this revenue could be invested in Catholic charity rather than being given to enable their enemies, as he regarded it, to purchase the Evening Mail and insult Catholics. This was also an opportunity to essentially attack, I suppose, a mechanism of control within society. And for some, control over the community of the dead was central to the orderly functioning of the community of the living. O'Connell's call for the opening of a burial ground was therefore a departure from his original position in the immediate aftermath of the Darcy funeral. Then, as I quoted when I began, he had alluded to that cultural importance of those established burial places within the Catholic community. His change of opinion was a significant step towards what would become Glasnevin Cemetery. O'Connell's assertion that no law existed prohibiting Catholics from carrying out their funeral rites ultimately had an adverse effect on the association's early campaign in this area. Their opponents were initially forced to rely on outdated legislation, and it was soon replaced by the Burial Ireland Act of 1824, commonly referred to as the Easement of Burial Bill. The bill was ostensibly a conciliatory one. However, it put in place a law where none had previously existed. The bill dealt with the rights of Catholics, but was also designed to protect Protestants from Catholic funerals, which, quote, were considered however ostentatiously celebrated or however calculated to produce feelings of pain in the minds of Protestant clergymen, end quote. It introduced a requirement for Catholics and dissenters to give notice and obtain formal permission from a rector or parson to carry out funeral rites in a Protestant churchyard. As a result, it was seen by some Catholics as regressive and demeaning, and was described by O'Connell as a rascally bill. Essentially, the Act reasserted the dominance of the Protestant rector within his own grounds and pushed Catholics further towards the opening of their own burial ground. However, delay came in 1825 following the suppression of the association, and the association did refocus its activities, and burial rites became a more significant issue. A reconstituted new Catholic association could not merely return to its old activities, and Patrick Gagan noted that in organising this new committee, O'Connell was careful to avoid any illegality, and it would not petition Parliament and would limit its activities to non-political matters like the state of education and the burial of the dead. Despite this, the campaign for the establishment of a Catholic burial ground gained little traction for about 3 years. And it was the interruption of another funeral in August of 1827 that propelled the association to meaningful action. When the remains of Thomas Rooney of Moore Street were brought for interment to the churchyard at Howth, again the funeral was interrupted. The rector on this occasion was a son-in-law of Archbishop Magee, and he interrupted and said that he could not allow the prayers at the graveside to proceed. And Rooney, whose funeral it was, he was a collector of the Catholic rent in Dublin. He was a Catholic Association member as well, and a fellow Catholic Association member attending the funeral, John Reynolds, brought it to the attention of the association at their next meeting. Francis Lestrange, in reply, expressed his belief that it was within their own power to redress their grievance through the establishment of their own burial ground, and that he would move for the establishment of that ground at a further meeting. And that's when the motion was formally raised in on the 15th of September 1827 for a subcommittee essentially, to work on this issue and try and purchase grounds in which burial which could be controlled by the committee, and in which burial could take place. That committee essentially was the one that would soon become the governing body of what became Glasnevin Cemetery, and after the Dublin Cemeteries Act, the Dublin Cemeteries Committee. Given all of this context and the bitterness of the period, it seems all the more remarkable that O'Connell was steadfast in his position to assert the non-denominational status of the cemetery. something that was reinforced through the initial burials of note in Glasnevin when it was established in 1832. The MP, Edward Ruthven and John Philpott Curran, who was a well-known politician and lawyer, but were also Protestant supporters of the Catholic cause. It is also worth considering the influence of other precedents and cemetery establishments on O'Connell's thoughts and approach. The premise on which Glasnevin and its operating body was founded was not a unique one. Julie Rugg has noted that in the context of burial reform in England during the same period, many of the earliest cemeteries can be better described as burial grounds, as they were established to cater for the requirements of specific religious denominations. One such example being the Liverpool Necropolis or Low Hill Cemetery, which was founded by the Congregationalist Thomas Raffles and opened in 1825, leveraging funding via the joint stock company model, which had been previously primarily used for financing capital projects such as railways or canals. One of the most remarkable aspects of O'Connell's unexpected spearheading of the novel cemeteries movement in Ireland was that he was not simply asking people to move their place of burial, he was asking them to break with a tradition of centuries, to move to something that was not a churchyard, and to a place that was, for most, a far greater distance from their ancestral place of residence and burial. However, where O'Connell led in many regards, not just in this, others followed. And ultimately, Glasnevin stands as a monument to that remarkable aspect of his character and the innovation of his campaigns. Thank you.
No, thank you very much indeed, Conor, and earlier, Colm Kenny. We've had a very interesting afternoon with the particulars of a small part of the country in Kerry and Kenmare with Father O'Sullivan, and then going to the city where we'll all end someday into a burial ground. But it's great to have experts that delve into the history and the background and the in the case of Colm, the personal story of Father O'Sullivan, because I think that gives us all a pause for thought, and it creates a desire for us to know more about all of these things. So we'll have some questions now. So you can, we'll take a number of questions from for both topics, please. So any, yeah.
Can I just ask Colm? Can I just ask Colm just to talk a little bit about Father O'Sullivan's diaries, which you mentioned as a very fascinating document. I mean, I've heard about them, but I've never actually seen them. But could he talk a little bit about the diaries or chapbooks? Thank you.
I will certainly do that very briefly. But may I just first of all say, when I said that Father O'Sullivan got on with Lord Lansdowne's agent, he got on with it, he was very well with the agent who was here when he came in 1839. And was here throughout the famine. He did not get on with the trenches when they came. And I don't really go into that as much because Lyne in his book, deals with that period after the famine and the relationship somewhat with the trench agents. But the Archdeacon John O'Sullivan papers principally include journals written between 1843 and 1852. As I said, some researchers give these as diaries, but I don't think that's really an accurate description. It is also somewhat misleading in that some of the dated entries were, as you work through them, you realise they were not written on that date. They have been perhaps either, I don't think they've all been written later either. It looks to me like some are transcribed from another book. But the first volume of them is called Random Recollections and Effusions. James, is there any possibility you could get up my PowerPoint to that very end slide after where I say thank you? If it's at all possible, I'll show you something. But those random recollections and effusions go from 1843 to 49. They're 270 pages, unpaginated, including a short opening narrative of his early life. And they include these two silhouettes, which I find quite amusing. Thank you very much, James. One on the left is by himself when he was a student, And the other is one done by, it must have been fashionable at the time. I suppose photography was only barely coming in the 1840s. And this one was done when he was in London. And he has a note on it saying the best of them all. I think he says, I can't read it from here, but it's done by a boy in London. And I think that's quite amusing. But that's the opening of pages of that particular volume. Then there are notes on a visitation in Kerry by a queer fellow. This is how he calls it himself. This is 2 volumes of notes, 1850 to 1855. And there's also a typescript of this by Canon John McKenna in 1 volume. And then there's Praxis Parochi, 1849 to 52, a very interesting book, Advice to Young Priests and Personal Notes and Observations. Now, some historians have made some use of these. You have to get permission to see them, and dioceses are very busy places, and they're not there to facilitate historians or others who want to wander in and read notes necessarily. So you have to be patient and all of that. But I'm very grateful I got to see them. And as I say, I think they are really well worth discreet editions in their own rights. So if you have a particular reason to see them, I would write to the Catholic bishop. Once when I was working with RT, a previous bishop of Kerry tried to get me sacked from my job for something I did, but so I was somewhat nervous that perhaps the church, having long memory, might not appreciate a request from me, but either they forgot or they were gracious enough to not advert to the fact, and I was let in during COVID, and I must say, I don't think the book would have worked without it, without a doubt. So I hope that gives you... Is there anything in particular you wanted to ask about the mother? Yes? It is.
No, I just want you just to comment on it, because it's such an unusual memoir, because as I understand it, Archdeacon O'Sullivan travelled around with the bishop, travelled around the diocese, and a lot of the information that's in the diaries is not just about Kenmare, but it's his observations about all parts of Kerry that he visited, and as you said, he often commented on local clergy and stuff like that.
Absolutely, a very good point.
Like it's like a survey of Kerry between the 1850s and 1860s, and has a lot of very detailed observations, including about his fellow priests, as you say, which may make some people nervous, but anyway, that's the way it is.
Well, I'm very glad you mentioned that, because one might have thought from what I was saying it was all about Kenmare, and this is very important. He was very close to Egan. Egan he was almost a protege. Egan encouraged him to go to Maynooth, got him a scholarship, and indeed, had there not been such a shortage of priests in the 1820s, he was earmarked to go on for further study, but he came back. And his Irish, it's interesting, his Irish was very poor, and I think Tralee must have been very bad at Irish or something in those days, but before he was sent out as a curate, he had to brush up his Irish. Egan insisted on it, even though O'Connell was putting pressure on Egan to get more priests. There was this great shortage of them at the time. So he becomes an assistant almost to Egan, and he starts travelling. The bishop used to go on visitations annually, and I think it might have been split in Kerry every second year. They went to different places, but he accompanied them a lot of the time, and these are very graphic illustrations. Some of the awful conditions they had to stay in, like rats and fleas and all bed bugs or God knows what, and hostility in some places from the landlords. Like Mahoney. And so for that reason, I mean, for a number of different reasons, there's just so much economic, social, cultural information, attitudes towards music on the part of, the church. It's just terrific reading. And the Praxis Parochi, the one on his advice, he wanted to write about things like confession, the sacraments for younger priests. Again, stunning insights into the diversity that was within the Catholic Church, and the fact that there was a uniformity being imposed from on top. Sometimes with very good reason, it has to be said, because some of the practices at holy wells up and down the country were not exactly exemplary. But as Catholic emancipation gained pace, it was necessary to have a church that could stand up in a sense and look respectable as against the Church of Ireland, and this was one of the reasons the bishops wanted to put some manners on it, and that's that wasn't necessarily an entirely oppressive thing, but neither was it an entirely good thing at times. Perhaps there was a middle way that wasn't kind of found.
Thank you. Any more questions?
Yes, we got a question from the auditorium. Question for Conor Dodd.
Referring to the first disturbance at the funeral, I noticed you mentioned it was at St. Kevin's Church. What part of Dublin was that St. Kevin's Church in, or is in?
Kevin Street, yeah, not far from
Kevin Street.
Coppers, yeah.
That
That'd be the best description for most people, probably. Yeah, it's a park now. Yeah, you wouldn't. There's not, most of the a lot of these, and that's one of the, similarly, a lot of these old churchyards. You'd see it's Dublin City Council now have it, and most of the headstones are up against the wall. Which was one of the points actually I didn't make as well, which was the very unusual nature of Glasnevin compared to the operating bodies of an awful lot of cemeteries of the same period that were opened, and probably stands in a way in testament when you look at all those other cemeteries that were established during the same period. Low Hill, for example, is in a similar situation to St. Kevin's, closed in 1914, I think it was, and it was just levelled. There's nothing there. So yeah, it's St. Kevin's, near Kevin Street.
Yeah, Kevin Street Garda Station to you.
Exactly,
yeah. Thank you very much.
Or Coppers, whichever you prefer, yeah.
Is there another question from the AV room? John?
No more questions from the AV room.
Everyone happy to conclude?
More questions here.
Oh, one more. Yeah, okay, no problem.
Thank you, Mary. Neil Fenton, just a question for Colin Kenny. One thing that intrigued me there was you referred to the building and the funding of, I think it was Holy Cross in Kenmare, and you said it was festooned with inscriptions or mosaics of the Star of David that came as a result of the funding from Jewish businesses and sources in London. I had not heard of that, so could you just speak a little bit more about that? Thank you.
Yeah, I am careful to say in the book that I have no evidence for this. It's a local story that's told, but the Committee for the Relief of Famine in Scotland and Ireland, and of course, as I think it was yourself, David, said, the famine in Scotland wasn't a very serious one, so it was mainly in Ireland, consisted largely of Jewish bankers, very famous names like Rothschild and so on, and they met. When they were founded, they met every day at first, and there was, they were very well organised. Queen Victoria, who gave them money, I often say she gave no money for famine in Ireland, but she gave it through that organisation. And as I say, they didn't normally have people appear before it. They would do it all in writing, but O'Sullivan managed to get in on one of his visits with the Church of Ireland clergyman of Kilgarvan, whom he went with on that occasion. But he was invited back again the next day, so he made a great impression. And as a result of that, he managed to get relief for Kenmare. But he also made friends with the Jewish MP as well at that time. So, he spoke highly of these people long afterwards and kept in touch with them. And if you go to the church, you see the Star of David. Now, it may well be that this is an anecdotal story and it's no truth that it was specifically done for that reason, but I rather liked it. Can I just add very briefly one thing? There's another source, of course, of great information on this area, which I didn't consult, and that's the Bowood papers. The Lansdowne estate in Britain, most of its political papers are now in London, but it retains the papers in its house, but they're almost inaccessible for the average researcher for a couple of reasons. Professor Tyler Anbinder wrote in his article on From Famine to 5 Points that due to the cost of searching that archive, he dispensed with it and relied on other sources. When I inquired, there is no online guide to it, and they were currently, 2 years ago, looking for £200 sterling per day plus £40 sterling VAT access for the day, and the day was 6 hours, plus an administration fee added to cover the time spent in searching for material requested of £56 sterling per hour plus VAT, and a registration fee of £40. I find this scandalous. Given that the Lansdowne estate, which is the land granted to William Petty, basically the original William Petty, the Cromwellian, and that he retained after the Restoration, covered thousands of acres of this part of Kerry. It's an invaluable resource. Lynn, I'm not quite sure how you pronounce it, for his line on the Lansdowne estate, he did use it, but they seem to have made it so difficult to use now for the average researcher that I think it should be taken up as a matter of some concern by a Minister for Culture or somebody.
Point to that column about the Jewish contributions to famine. There was one person that you didn't mention who was actually quite significant. I know you can't cover everything, but there's the nun of Kenmare, Mary Cusack, and she received a lot of money from Britain. Money was sent to her for distribution in Kenmare during the famine, some of which were sent into Carsevine actually, because Carsevine was quite badly hit by the famine as well, and she sent some of that money. But some of that money originated with the Jewish bankers. It was sent to the Nun of Kenmare and processed that way. And of course, the other thing is when O'Connell's campaign for Catholic emancipation even was being formed, he actually had a correspondent among the Jewish community in London who contributed to the Catholic Association and joined the Catholic Association, sometimes at one remove. But so there was actually quite an important connection between the Jewish community in London, particularly the banking community, and sort of O'Connell stroke famine relief. It wasn't always overt, but it certainly was there. It was quite significant. You know.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Is there any other question just before we conclude? All okay, Mary? Oh, yeah. Ruth? Yeah, you're very welcome.
Excellent contributions. Thanks very much. Just to ask Conor Dodd, was there ever any attempt by the Catholic Church to make Glasnevin a denominational cemetery?
Yeah, that's a good question. I've dealt with this in actually with another piece coming separately where I deal kind of with the space inside Glasnevin, and most people who are aware of Glasnevin will know that there is two entrances to it. So there's the original entrance, the 1832 entrance, which I referred to when I was talking to there, where you have people like Philpot Curran, who are extremely prominent and are the key people that you see when you come in the gate, essentially kind of reinforcing this sense of the non-denominational cemetery. However, when you go through the modern entrance, you are, I wouldn't say confronted, but directly in front of you, you have, Cardinal McCabe and Archbishop Walsh. So it's a very different feeling as you come in and, arguably, the greatest lay Catholic in the form of O'Connell. So there's a change to the story as time progresses, and there's, a much more confident, I suppose, urban Catholic Dublin population, and essentially what happens in Dublin as time goes on is that you have de facto segregation between Mount Jerome, on one side, essentially kind of part of that bubble of the townships, and you have Glasnevin on the other side. So it does happen essentially. However, there's only one official, I suppose, point at which, and the committee, to be fair, they aren't particularly happy about it, but they asked Cullen at one point to consecrate some ground, and he refuses to do it unless they will ensure, and this is his own words, that ground is not polluted, as he says himself, with those who don't die with I can't remember the exact words he used, but essentially non-Catholics. And the committee kind of are forced to adhere to this, but they only apply it to this one section of the cemetery that he has actually consecrated. And the remainder remains as it is. So it does, as time progresses, things change, but it stays non-denominational, but you have to remember as well that it wouldn't have been palatable, this is another story, but it wouldn't have been palatable for a lot of Protestants as well to actually kind of, change their place of burial and kind of row into this idea of O'Connell's campaign in terms of Glasnevin. So it's a complicated story from 1832 onwards. I won't say it's simple, but it's fascinating in its own right. But it's a very good question. Yeah.
One more question there. Yeah. Just this, the last question now. Yeah.
I just wanted to mention very briefly, those of you who were here last year will remember that I spoke about my grandfather, Joseph O'Connor. And Joseph went to live in Dingle in 1890. His father had become station master, the first station master in Dingle. But he wrote quite extensively about the supers, and he depicts life in Dingle in the early 1890s, where the supers who had been, who had transferred over, had taken, the incentives to leave the Catholic Church. They'd become awkward members of the community in Dingle by the 1890s, and they'd kind of fallen between the two stools. And my grandfather recounts one particular man, and anyone in Dingle who received employment from the establishment was left with very little choice. Like my great-grandfather took on one of these men essentially to plant cabbages and cut the grass because the Protestants didn't quite know what to do with them. The time when they were at their, when they were flourishing, maybe in the 1850s or thereabouts, was gone. And both in Hostage to Fortune and in other articles that he wrote in the Capuchin Annual, he depicts a pretty fearsome competition between, say, the Protestant rectors in Dingle and the Catholic Church. For the young people who were bright and who had come through secondary school, the rector would want to send them to Trinity College on scholarship, and the bishop would be kind of swooped in quickly, to try and swoop them up and, get them to go for the priesthood.
Thank you for that, Nessa. We're finished now, so we'll conclude. Now, so I'd like to thank our two contributors. I think it's well worthwhile a visit to Glasnevin Cemetery, and hopefully we'll get Conor to lead us and show us around when we go. Colin mentioned that he wasn't selling a book, but I think we should get on to Coleman Quirk in Cahersiveen to stock that book on Kenmare and the poor and O'Connell's time, because I think it would be a fascinating read for all of us. So we'll see about that. Thank you both very much for a very interesting morning, and I'll hand you over now to Mary. Thank you all very much. A big boolabos to our speakers.
Thank you, Mary. It feels a bit like the Late Late Show with books. We now have, just to let you all know, first, there's a few bits of housekeeping now today. The Life and Times of Kathleen O'Connell, that book is being launched here. It's our last session of the school, and that book is for sale. I just have to show it to the cameras. They've asked me, Mother. That's for sale now at the moment, just outside at the front, so just to say that. The OPW are just going to, if anyone would like a tour of the house, which is well worth it, there'll be a short tour for anyone that would like it. For housekeeping now for lunch, we're asking all of our guests in the AV room if they can go to the restaurant. Now, I know you have to, some of you have purchased tickets for lunch, so that's great. That'll make it faster. But those of you who haven't will just have to pay at the restaurant as you go. So that's the people in the AV room, if they can proceed now to the restaurant so that lunch can commence there, and they can dine in the restaurant. The people here in the the speakers in the chapel are going to go to the marquee, and I would ask those who haven't bought tickets again to queue, and you can come back into the marquee just so that everyone has space for lunch. Is that very clear? I feel like it isn't, but anyway, it will work. The main thing is to get your tickets for lunch and to enjoy it. The food is gorgeous, and I know there's some lovely homemade soup and sandwiches. So we look forward to seeing you all back again for a lovely afternoon.
Okay, I think we're ready to start. Sorry, I have to put on my glasses because I wouldn't want to confuse the introduction with what I said this morning when I invited people to become friends of the Daniel O'Connell School. For those of you who weren't here this morning, you can easily do that by accessing our website. But anyway, that was this morning, yes, wasn't it? You put that on the side. Okay, let me begin by introducing the last session. But before I do, I have a sentence. An additional sentence. Let me welcome the Venerable Freddie O'Connell from Daniel. Many of us know and remember and love him. He's down there in the corner talking as always. And I'd also like to recognize, because he wants to be recognized, Morgan and Kira, who are our two youngest participants here, members of the O'Connell. Take a bow, take a bow, take a bow. Okay. Our last session, as I said, concerns caricatures, which is a very interesting topic. The whole tradition of satire and satirizing, especially people in public life, goes back a long way in Irish history. And in fact, if you go back to early Irish history, those of you who study that period will know that so prized was the satirist in early Irish and in medieval society that a satirist was retained usually at the court of the Gaelic chieftain, and their job was to satirize the opponents of the local chieftain and to make sure that he would be a figure of fun. It was a way of consolidating your own position by satirizing your enemies and making sure they would be disregarded and disrespected. So the tradition of satirizing politicians and people in public life and the opposition is something that goes back a long way. And we have here today two people who have spent a certain amount of time, I won't say a long period of time, but certainly in recent years they have been looking at caricatures, and particularly the caricatures of the 19th century. And our first speaker, Ricardo O'Connell, certainly has been looking at those, and in particular the caricatures which Doyle, H.B. Doyle and various others have been produced during the 1820s and 1830s. Rickard is a member of the O'Connell family, which we're very pleased that we're able to involve them in these proceedings. I have something in mind for somebody else for next year, now that we've broken the ice with Rickard. So at this stage, let me introduce Rickard, who will talk about what was the title he gave me? Anyway, he's talking about really the HB caricatures of O'Connell during the 1820s and 1830s, and he has brought his own caricatures. He's been collecting them for a number of years, so there'll be an insight into his collection and commentary thereon. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Maurice, Mary, and actually all the committee for inviting me. I was delighted to accept, and I had originally mentioned to Maurice in the House about displaying the caricatures, and obviously with over 200 of them, it's difficult to have space to do that. So Maurice very generously suggested I come and talk today. So I'm delighted to do that, and as Maurice says, I'm an enthusiastic collector of them. I'm not an expert, I would hasten to add, so I might pass some questions at the end on to Maurice, maybe. But it's really helped me, I guess, enrich my understanding of the history of that time, the political context and events, and also just help feel closer to, the family and the history of that. So without further ado, and the title is The Derrynane Conjurer. So I'll just move on to give you all, and assuming maybe some of you do or don't know an awful lot about the history of caricature, I'll give you a really quick background on it to provide some context, and then move on to focus on H.B. John Doyle, one of the preeminent cartoonists, or actually sketch makers of that time. So it really was caricatures and print, and Maurice talked about them even originally way back. But they really were a window, I guess you'd say, onto society and the ruling classes. They were both a barometer as well as a shaper of popular public opinion, of course, through the lens of the satirist or the printmaker. I guess you could say they were the social media in a way of their time, and I heard, and many of you may have heard Bertie referring conveying his sympathy to politicians who have to operate under the sort of glare of online social media. But these were, I guess you'd say, the window, and you can see this sketches there where people would congregate to see the latest print that was coming out. So just to take you back, the grandfather of political caricature was Hogarth, who many of you may know from Gin Lane and Beer Street and A Rake's Progress. And then he was succeeded by Gilray, and this is in England, of course, the father of political cartoons. And those cartoons could be vicious and scatological, you could say. So I've spared you any of those, you'll be glad to hear, because they were from perhaps a rougher time. And then those two early caricaturists were sort of succeeded by a number of others, and William Heath, Henry Heath. But as Morris says, we're going to focus on John Doyle, who really ushered in an era of much more Victorian sensibilities, let's say, that he brought to his sketches. And he did them under the nom de plume, or the assumed title of HB, but he kept his identity secret until actually writing to Peel to inform him of who he was. So HB series formed 917 by the time they ended. And they were accompanied by things like a catalogue, basically a description, a key to what you're seeing. And I don't intend to go into massive detail on each on that, but just to give you some flavour and observations of those 917. And they constitute, according to the Irish Biography Dictionary, a remarkable record of public events between 1829 and 1851, and were immensely popular. Of those 917, around a third featured O'Connell, some more prominently than others in them, but alongside a lot of the other key actors of the day, key Whigs and Tory politicians, reformers, radicals, royalty, King William, Queen Victoria, etc. And the first one, I'm going to talk about is the Derrynane Conjurer. And there's a copy here in front of you. These aren't for sale, by the way. They're just, I'm not hawking anything today. They're just to give you a nice visual. So basically, one interesting observation is, and I haven't seen this attached to many other public figures, was how often Derrynane was featured, specifically named in the caricatures. And I've seen it in Punch, in Doyle. And I really think it speaks to his, O'Connell's love of Derrynane and his attachment to this place. So there's even one down there which has him in the library upstairs. So you can have a look at that after. The other thing is that often the earlier ones feature him in his barrister's garb, as you can see here. And here he's talking to Grattan, Plunkett, and the other Irish patriots and parliamentarians on College Green. So Doyle, who was Doyle? Many of you may know, but he was an Irish Catholic. He was a trained painter. He used to do equine portraits and portraiture of people. But he really met his métier when he came over to England and started doing these sketches, because his were more like lifelike sketches than actual caricatures. He was also very artistic family. I mean, his sons, Richard Doyle went on to be the Punch magazine, who did the Sisyphus pushing O'Connell the rock up a hill, if you know that one. And he drew the cover of the first issue of Punch, which lasted over 100 years, the masthead, of the magazine. He was also father of Henry Doyle, who is the second director of the National Gallery of Ireland, which you may be aware. And finally, he was father of Charles Altamont Doyle, who wasn't well known himself, but of course he was the father of Sir Arthur Ignatius Conan Doyle, who went on to write the Sherlock Holmes character, of course. So just moving on. So just to give you a flavour, so O'Connell, obviously, after emancipation, taking a seat, he would appear quite often in the background a little bit. You can see him there, is it top left, whichever way you're looking at it. And his eyes are closed, you might be able to see that. But this is actually a debate on the Great Reform Act. And it shows O'Connell along with a number of other parliamentarians, even frontbenchers who are asleep. And the reason is that this is the Speaker filibustering, in essence, to try and delay or prevent the passing of the Great Reform Act, which, of course, enfranchised more people to vote, essentially, with property ownership, based on property ownership, and abolishing rotten boroughs. So he's on the backbenches at this stage, let's say. But certainly he was regarded as obviously quite radical, and I mean, the title of this says it all, political Frankenstein, alarmed at the progress of a giant of their own creation. So he obviously was making waves, let's say, in his early parliamentary career. Why I chose this one is a matter of interest. I have this copy, and I picked them up in various collectors and auctions. This one has been posted to the Marquis of Lothian, and he was the son-in-law of Lord Talbot, Earl Talbot, who was the Lord Lieutenant of Ireland. So it's really interesting, and I'm still trying to get to the bottom of whose is the signature, who's taken this and sent it to the son-in-law, because of course one of Doyle's first commissions was an equine portrait for Lord Talbot. So they moved in circles, let's say. I was really pleased to hear Maurice mention yesterday about the wider, let's say, universal, the work O'Connell took on wider universal rights and suffrage, and this really reflects that, where Daniel O'Connell's, advocating for different minority groups post-emancipation. So here, alongside Brougham, he's encouraging a Jew to agitate to get into the House of Commons, and the Duke of Wellington or Peel are resisting essentially him by force. So that, I think, really illustrates his wider work on universal rights. So to this, which is one of the few pictures featuring actually a woman who's not Queen Victoria or another, let's say, person of that ilk, but essentially he did advocate, as was mentioned, around women's rights before this, even suffragettes movements. And I think her name is Mrs. Prunty. She was a formidable campaigner, apparently, on the trail. I don't know an awful lot about her, but it is one of the few prints featuring a woman, as I say. But I guess that reflects the gender imbalance in politics at that time. As a matter of interest, I corresponded with the Peel Society, who I believe came to Derrynane and have done a book of HB Peel, cartoons featuring Peel, and this is the only one they included in that book. So just on Peel, and many of you will know, he was probably O'Connell's greatest political adversary, and of course they came close, I think, to fighting a duel. But Mary, I think, intervened, and it never, probably gladly, took place. Questions at the end, thank you, son. But you can hold that question, absolutely. And Maurice will take it. So I love this caricature, or sketch, I should say, because obviously it features Peel, and it's a play on Peel having formed the first police force. And still in Northern Ireland, the police are known as peelers, of course. So it's a peeler and a repeeler in the same sketch. And to illustrate another one of his political, I guess, adversaries, it's obviously the Duke of Wellington. And they're dressed in the garb of two Irish chieftains. And so it took the opportunity, and again, many of you may know this quote, but it's actually a misattributed quote, I believe, where apparently there was a reference to the Duke of Wellington, and it was said, "The poor old Duke, what shall I say of him? To be sure, he was born in Ireland, but being born in a stable does not make a man a horse." And it's often misattributed, I believe, to the Duke having said it of himself, but it was actually O'Connell at his state trials, and there is, I believe, a record of that in the transcripts. So to move on then and link back to a bit of popular culture and how he featured prominently in that, and Doyle again featured him in quite a number of Dickensian scenes. So you'll recognize the left as Fagin. And of course, Dickens was a House of Commons reporter himself. And Patrick Gagan, O'Connell's most recent biographer, would talk about how Dickens would have to pause and put down his pen because he would weep when he was hearing O'Connell in the Houses of Parliament give his orations. And by 1840, John Doyle, who was doing these cartoons, could have, of course, move in these fashionable circles. He lived in Hyde Park at the time. So he mixed with Dickens, Thackeray, and others. So there's quite a few HB sketches that feature O'Connell in a Dickensian setting. Fagin is Oliver, Barnaby Rudge, and also Nicholas Nickleby, which is down here. And just to mention, some of you may not be aware that O'Connell features in Martin Chuzzlewit. He's not called out by name, but he's mentioned as a well-known slavery abolitionist, and it's mentioned at a fictional repeal meeting in Cincinnati. So he is actually mentioned by Dickens in Martin Chuzzlewit. And in terms of the sort of the monarchy and how, so this, I guess, is talking about or shows O'Connell's profile very much raising from the back benches to front and center stage. So prior to this and on the granting of emancipation, apparently George IV, who reluctantly gave his consent to the bill, the Catholic Relief Bill, said Wellington was King Arthur, O'Connell was King of Ireland, and that George himself was the Canon of Windsor only, basically. So William, and this obviously depicts his successor, William IV, the Sailor King, and he had a number of important bills passed in that time. Of course, the abolition of slavery, which O'Connell was heavily involved in, as you heard earlier with Christine, and the Great Reform Act itself. And this sketch warns, in essence, because John Doyle wasn't as keen on repeal as he was on emancipation, it warns essentially that at the toss of a halfpenny, the monarchy may be preserved or not, in essence. And then in the latter sort of stages, you start to see cartoons, Doyle cartoons with O'Connell featured, and he's become the sort of he's becoming the elder statesman. He's driving the stagecoach. He's gone into compacts with the Whigs, and Victoria's there saying, basically, drive carefully, boys, don't get into mischief while you're away on holiday. So it's obviously when Parliament shuts down. But yeah, O'Connell, I think, did hope the young Victoria would be sympathetic and more sympathetic to, I guess, some of his causes. So he tried to interact with her on that. I also wanted to mention, because I've talked a lot about English caricature, I guess you say, or sketches, albeit by an Irishman, but there were some Irish cartoons and caricatures coming out at this time, not anywhere near the sort of volume or profile, I guess. These are interesting ones that I got beaten to in an online auction, and so I reached out to the guy, and it turned out he runs a guest house, which is the house of the O'Gorman Man, if you know him, Irish adventurer, an interesting character who supported O'Connell in his Clare election, but then they kind of spectacularly fell out later on. So it's really interesting. He's based outside Ennis, and he's in the original gatehouse, and he collects caricatures, particularly related to Clare, and he does some talking on that. I believe Morris might have spoken to him in the past. So these are really interesting. There's the Cat-Ass Parliament and Dan the Great entering Clare. So they're both sort of caricaturing that election, that victory and campaign from a, let's say, a Protestant point of view, and they were created in Dublin. And the other Irish sort of prints I was going to mention with the Hints and Hits series is one of the few of them that were introduced in The Nation in 1844, and they were offered for sale at was a penny each, tuppence for a hand-coloured version. Very limited run. I think there's about 8 of them. I have one copy, but they're certainly a bit rarer to come across. And they were signed W.M. Tell, William Tell. So if you know your stuff, he was a Swiss sort of, independent sort of guy, yeah. So finally, I'll just sort of end on this to say this is probably one of the best recognized of the Doyle sketches. And this, of course, depicts O'Connell just after, or being effectively released by Lord John Russell. So after he was imprisoned, essentially for sedition after the Munster meetings. And I think it tells a real story that he's being depicted as a brave but caged lion in a way. But he's being freed by the little Lord John Russell there, the Whig leader, who persuaded the House of Lords to essentially release him. So I think where Doyle certainly ended and where O'Connell ended is what I've seen is he in a way became father of the house. In the House of Commons there is such a title in a way. I don't know if it was bestowed, Morris might be able to say back then, but it certainly is in these days. There's a father and a mother of the House of Parliament, and it feels like that. And somebody earlier talked about O'Connell standing up to give his last address when the Great Famine had its terrible grip on Ireland. And O'Connell, it's the only record in Hansard's which is a verbatim record of what was said in the House. It's the only one where they allowed it to be recreated based on what those nearest to him could pick up and on his hand-scrawled notes. So it basically, I think it says, Patrick Hagan said, it says something like, Mr. O'Connell is believed to have said. So it's the only reference in Hansard's that has that. And the other really interesting thing, and I've got some original copies of this that you would note, is that the prints started to appear entitled, there's one, A Fairy Oak, or The Power of Britain, interestingly enough, which features O'Connell as the only lay person, the only commoner, you might say, amongst lords, earls, and Queen Victoria, Wellington, and Peel, his arch nemesis. So he sort of came full circle in a way. And so there's a few articles and references. I'm happy to share those through Morris and circulate after if you're interested in reading more. I just point you quickly to one by Maurice O'Connell, who's the uncle, who, and Morris would know this, through the school they did a session on that as part of his Political Pioneer book. And there's a few other great books on it and some good articles in things like History Ireland and in the Irish Times. There's an article on John Doyle himself. So I think I better wrap up there and hand over, I think, to Felix for questions at the end. But thank you.
Our second speaker also is an avid collector of caricatures and analyst of caricatures, as well indeed as a commentator on many different aspects of Irish history. Am I allowed to say he's retired? He's retired from the civil service, certainly, but he, like many of us who are retired, he's more active, I think, in retirement than he ever was when he was a public servant. But in any event, he's a good friend of mine. I'm very glad to welcome Felix Larkin here to talk about, and I get this right now, Felix, the asinine law Irish legal cartoons, with a particular focus, I think, on O'Connell. So Felix, thank you.
Thank you, Boris, for that, and indeed thank you for the invitation to give this lecture. Satire, whether in literary form or in cartoons, is generally regarded as something that punches up. In other words, a weapon of the powerless against dominant groups and people. Accordingly, lawyers and the law are obvious targets, and they have featured prominently in Irish cartoons for the past 200 years or so. The arcane and archaic rituals of the law invite ridicule, and so do the showy and sometimes bombastic style of many of its successful practitioners. Moreover, the fact that the law often has what seems, at least to the outsider, perverse outcomes, makes it fair game for satire, laughter being a way of bridging the gap between common sense and the peculiar logic of the law. It is the perverse outcomes of the law that give rise to the expression, "the law is an ass," coined by Charles Dickens, when in Oliver Twist a particular aspect of law is explained to Mr. Bumble, he responds as follows: "If the law supposes that, the law is an ass, an idiot." This cartoon illustrates the point vividly. A donkey dressed as a judge, administering law by the classes for the masses. It was published in 1912 in the Irish Worker, the organ of the Irish Transport and General Workers Union, the union of James Larkin, and it is by Ernest Kavanagh, an insurance clerk employed by the ITGWU, who moonlighted as a cartoonist. Tragically, he was shot dead on the front steps of Liberty Hall by a military sniper on Easter Tuesday, 1916. What he was doing there is unclear. He may simply have been attempting naively to go into work. The title of the cartoon is The Asinine Law, with 2 S's, just to ram home the message. I have appropriated the title for my lecture this afternoon, but pedant that I am, I have dropped the superfluous second S. My purpose in this lecture is to examine how the law and lawyers have been depicted in a selection of Irish cartoons over more than 2 centuries. I am not concerned with the legal constraints within which Irish cartoonists have pursued their quirky craft, other than to note that there are such constraints. Most obviously, the law of libel. Thus, for example, this cartoon by Martin Turner of the Irish Times on the occasion of Charles Haughey's resignation as Taoiseach in 1992, this cartoon was not published at that time because it was considered libelous by the newspaper's lawyers. Its theme was Haughey's accumulation of wealth during his years in public office. One of the very first satirical cartoons published in Ireland likewise fell afoul of the law, and the result was the imprisonment of the editor of the newspaper in which it appeared, the Volunteers' Journal. The editor was Matthew Kerry, and he published the offending cartoon on the 5th of April, 1784. Entitled, "Thus Perish All Traitors to Their Country," the target of the cartoon was John Foster, Chancellor of the Exchequer in the Irish Parliament in College Green, which is seen in the background. Kerry was arraigned before the Irish House of Commons on account of this cartoon and held for a time in Newgate Prison in Dublin. On his release, but with a prosecution still pending against him, he fled to America and had a highly successful career as a publisher in Philadelphia. Among the most prominent lawyers in Ireland in the 1870s and for some time afterwards was John Philpot Curran, whose daughter Sarah was the inamorata of Robert Emmet. He served as Irish Master of the Rolls from 1806 to 1814, and in that capacity, though reimagined as the Master of the Scrolls, he was caricatured in this cartoon. Note that the scrolls in his pouch include petitions, affidavits, briefs, etc. Daniel O'Connell, seen here in silhouette, is acknowledged as the greatest Irish lawyer of the early 19th century and perhaps the greatest in Irish history. He was the subject of many cartoons, as Rickard has already discussed. This one, I think, is special because of the very rich illustrations in its borders. It was published in Punch in 1845, and the title is The O'Connell Rent, referring to the subscriptions raised from the public for O'Connell's Repeal Association. The main image shows the abject and deferential peasants paying the so-called rent to the great man. It's a pretty crude caricature, unlike the wonderfully whimsical drawings of incidents in O'Connell's life that appear in the borders. The upper border shows the military presence at Clontarf to prevent the monster meeting there, which O'Connell cancelled at the last moment in 1843. And that is juxtaposed against a police assault on gingerbread stands, presumably hawkers plying for business on the margins of the monster meeting. The lower border focuses on the trial of O'Connell and others in 1844 for conspiracy against the state. O'Connell is in the dock. The presiding judges are opposite him, and in between there is an incident involving dueling pistols, a not too subtle allusion to the duel in 1815 between O'Connell and D'Astaire. At either end, Robert Peel, the Prime Minister, and the Duke of Wellington, a leading member of Peel's government, keep an eye on what is going on. And O'Connell appears in this delightful print of a petty sessions court in Ballyraggart County Kilkenny, dated 1867. Petty sessions were relatively informal affairs, presided over by Justice of the Peace, who often had no legal training. What we have here is a case of assault. The plaintiff's head is bandaged, and he is pointing out his assailant. The bust of Daniel O'Connell sits on a shelf high up on the wall overseeing the proceedings, testifying to the esteem in which his memory is held. This is a more formal courtroom scene, a cartoon from the Weekly Freeman in July 1881, showing the prosecution of some Land League ladies. The Ladies' Land League is an important part of the story of the land war in the early 1880s. They kept the land war going when Parnell and the other Land League leaders were imprisoned in 1881. This is a scene from Kilmallock Petty Sessions, and the presiding magistrate was a Major Clifford Lloyd. Hence, the title of the cartoon, Justice Unalloyed. Gladstone's Land Act of 1881 was an attempt to address some of the concerns of the Land League. It gave power to civil bill courts to fix rents, termed judicial rents, with provision for referral to a land commission to appeal the judicial rents. This act was seen as creating endless possibilities for legal wrangling, a cash cow for lawyers. Accordingly, the satirical magazine Pat, in January 1882, looked into the future with a vision of Ireland 100 years later, with the lawyers so rich that they have displaced the old landlords as the proprietors of the land and are now sitting comfortably on their rents. The Atlantic Ocean has become the Atlantic Ocean, and St. George's Channel is the Gorge on Us Channel, and Ireland is Direland. The same idea is suggested here, also from the magazine Pat, but in 1881, before the Land Bill became law. In the dispute between two cats, the landlord and the tenant, it is the legal monkey who devours the spoils. My next set of images relates to the special commission established in 1888 to inquire into the charges made by the London Times newspaper against Parnell in a series of articles entitled Parnellism and Crime. Here is how the United Ireland newspaper portrays Parnell's cross-examination at the commission. Parnell is, and I quote, a contemptuous giant, while his interrogator, wielding a sword marked cross-examination, is a bumptious pygmy. The cartoonist here is John D. Ray, the principal cartoonist of the United Ireland newspaper. Ultimately, when the Special Commission issued its report, which largely exonerated Parnell and his followers, it was the Times that found itself, metaphorically, in the dock, as in this cartoon from the Weekly Freeman, dated the 22nd of February, 1890. The sentence being handed down by the judges is, and again I quote, that you shall be held in odium and contempt for the rest of your natural life. The Weekly Freeman cartoons at this time were drawn by John Fergus O'Hay, described by the late Perry Curtis, my great mentor in cartoon studies, as among the finest cartoonists of the Victorian era. Richard Pigott, the forger of the letters, presented as evidence to support the accusations made against Parnell by the Times, was the subject of a wonderful Vanity Fair cartoon by Spy, Sir Leslie Ward, the greatest and most prolific of the Vanity Fair cartoonists. Two of the leaders of the Irish party at Westminster after Parnell, John Redmond and Tim Healy, were lawyers and were also the subject of Spy cartoons. Redmond twice, in 1892 and 1904. What we have here is the earlier one. This cartoon appeared in The Leprechaun, a humorous monthly magazine published between 1905 and 1915. It dates from 1906 and echoes the cartoon we saw earlier, in which the legal monkey devours everything that is in dispute. Another Leprechaun cartoon from 1906 makes the same point, targeting solicitors specifically. I like the name of the firm: Chiselham, Bilcom, and Buncombe. These two cartoons were drawn by Thomas Fitzpatrick, who was a protege of John Fergus O'Hay and grandfather of the well-known artist today, Jim Fitzpatrick. You will recognize the distinctive figure of Sir Edward Carson in this brilliant cartoon by Liborio Presperi, one of a number of Italian artists who worked for Vanity Fair. Carson's elongated figure and doleful countenance made him an ideal subject for a caricaturist, and there are many cartoons of him that I could show you if I had more time this afternoon. The one that I have chosen is by Seamus, the pseudonym of Ernest Forbes, the cartoonist in Dublin's Freeman's Journal newspaper from 1920 to 1924. The Freeman was a moderate nationalist newspaper, formerly the organ of the Irish Parliamentary Party, and so Carson, the leader of the Northern Unionists, was a regular butt of its cartoons. This one, from November 1920, is entitled The Carson Kids. Lloyd George and Sir Hamer Greenwood, Chief Secretary for Ireland, are portrayed as children clutching Carson's apron strings. The implication is that with Lloyd George dependent on the support of the Conservative Party to continue in office, Carson can dictate government policy in Ireland. The concept of justice is very much under scrutiny in my next cartoon, taken from Dublin Opinion magazine in March 1938. The underlying concern here is whether justice is well served when lawyers huddle together and work out some deal. The implication is that it is not. This was quite a daring cartoon for Dublin Opinion, Ireland's self-styled national humorist journal, published between 1922 and 1968. Generally speaking, the editors of Dublin Opinion confined themselves to politics and social life. Some areas, such as religion and the law, were out of bounds, not fair game for satire. Why this reticence at this time about lampooning the law? I would guess that it was because of the danger of being held in contempt of court. As Judge Mary Kotsanouris wrote in an article on criticising judges in Ireland, contempt of court issues were particularly sensitive in the early days of the newly independent state. Given the distrust of the legal system under the old regime, it was all the more important that the administration of justice in the new dispensation should be accorded obedience and respect. The courts insisted on that, and this must have influenced press coverage. While Dublin Opinion may have refrained from mocking judges and the law, it felt free to comment on constitutional questions. Thus, when De Valera unveiled his draft new constitution in 1937, Dublin Opinion reflected the widespread criticism of the position of women that it posited, the emphasis on a woman's life within the home. A cover cartoon depicted De Valera asleep in bed and dreaming of being attacked by the iconic figures of Queen Maeve and Grania Whale, carrying a spear and a sword respectively. The caption reads, "Say, big boy, what about those articles in the new constitution?" Dublin Opinion covers were always fantastic. Take a look at this one from February 1962. Charles Haughey had recently been appointed Minister for Justice and was embarking on a long overdue programme of reform of the legal system. These were the days when even the Irish Times could regard Haughey, without irony, as the golden boy of Irish politics. There is a great distance, all of it downhill, from that cartoon to the one by Martin Turner that I referred to earlier on the occasion of Haughey's resignation as Taoiseach. I have a few more Martin Turner cartoons to show you. Here is his verdict on Mr. Justice Hamilton's Beef Tribunal report, pithy and to the point. For the Flood Tribunal on abuses in the planning system, he adopts a biblical motif, invoking Noah's Ark, with a multiplicity of lawyers entering 2 by 2. And this is how he celebrates the bonanza for lawyers, represented by the tribunals investigating Haughey's financial affairs and related matters. The lawyer echoes Haughey's alleged words of thanks to Ben Dunn for the money he gave him, but instead of big fella, the lawyer says little fella. I began by quoting Dickens, that the law is an ass. Martin Turner's variation on this idea is that the law is a pass machine, with the taxpayer increasingly having to meet legal costs, and not only in relation to tribunals. Turner was employed by the Irish Times as its first full-time cartoonist in the mid-1970s. And I think we can all agree with Terence Brown's assessment that, and I quote, his politically acute cartoons add to the newspaper's reputation for sharply expressed and hard-hitting commentary. This is particularly true of his contributions to what might be called the liberal agenda. The greatest example of his work in this vein is the cartoon published on the front page of the Irish Times on the 17th of February 1992, in response to the state's efforts to prevent a pregnant 14-year-old girl, Miss X, travelling to England for an abortion. It linked the young girl's predicament with internment, as in Northern Ireland in the 1970s, and the depiction of her with her hair in a pigtail and carrying a teddy bear, standing on a map of the state with a razor wire topped fence surrounding its borders, speaks volumes. A more recent cartoon on the subject of abortion is this one, published by the Irish Examiner in response to the US Supreme Court overturning Roe v. Wade, the decision that had established a constitutional right to abortion in the United States. It echoes the famous painting American Gothic. It is by Harry Burton, a promising young Irish cartoonist about whom you're all going to hear very much more in the coming years, I believe. That is, I think, a suitable point at which to end. My lecture has taken a somewhat jaundiced view of the law and lawyers. I make no apology for that. As the distinguished jurist Lord Bingham of Cornhill wrote, "Respect for the law does not require us to swoon in adulation of the law, let alone lawyers." He elaborates as follows: "Belief in the rule of law does not import unqualified admiration of the law, or the legal profession, or the courts, or the judges. We can hang on to most of our prejudices about the law and lawyers. It does, however, call on us to accept that we would very much rather live in a country which complies, or at least seeks to comply, with the rule of law, than in one that does not. The hallmarks of a regime which flouts the rule of law are, alas, all too familiar. The midnight knock on the door, the sudden disappearance, the show trial, the subjection of prisoners to genetic experiment, the confession extracted by torture, the gulag and the concentration camp, the gas chamber, the practice of genocide or ethnic cleansing, the waging of aggressive war. The list is endless. Better, Lord Bingham says, to put up with some choleric judges and greedy lawyers. I agree, but it is great fun to lampoon such judges and lawyers, and also the multifarious and nefarious practices of the legal world. Let us rejoice that we are free to do so. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Felix, and thank you, Richard, for that very interesting tour of politics, 19th century politics, 20th century politics. And as I said at the beginning, we have a sense of how caricatures can complement, conventional political commentary. And we also have a sense, of course, of how it can be a very powerful tool in certain hands, in which we can rejoice, perhaps, and which we can also use in all kinds of ways. And thank goodness that we have the freedom, as Felix said, to do so. So at this stage, I will ask if there are any questions. So we have a first question. You're okay, you've answered it, or you've retracted the question. Okay, we have a statement. Sorry. Is it? All right, okay. Are there any questions from I'll take one from the audience here, and then we'll go to the AV room.
As a student of the ancient world, and so of course not entirely in place here, I was struck by two of Mr. O'Connell's cartoons. One he mentioned, I think, without showing it, a very clear classical reference representing O'Connell as a Sisyphus character rolling a stone up a hill. The other was where O'Connell is shown carrying off a rather large, soft, rotund lady with flowing garments on a horse. And I think nobody of classical background can fail to be reminded by that of Europa on the bull, the way it's represented. Whether one can tease further meaning out of that now, it's a very well-known representation, of course, in ancient art and literature and so on, and elsewhere as well, including on a modern Greek or Cretan euro coin, very appropriately. But at least it is a fairly clear classical reference, I think, that this lady is meant to suggest Europa on the bull.
Do you want to comment on that, Richard?
If you find me at the end, I'm going to look it up now in the key. Yeah, no, just to say, well, I've got I think the key, it's one of the, to your second question, it's one of the sketches covered in here, so I can't recall if there is a reference to Europa, but it's an interesting one. On the Sisyphus, actually, really interestingly, that has been a medium used several times, and Felix might be aware of this, where it's been used 5 or 6 times in Irish political cartoons right up until sort of fairly recently, I think, 90s. There's a book on that again. If you want to come and see me, I'll show you those cartoons.
Okay, are there any questions from the AV room? Come
No
in, AV room.
No questions.
No questions. Thank you very much. Are there any questions, further questions from the audience here? No? Shocked into silence. Okay, sorry, Ruth, yes?
Again, wonderful presentations. Just wondered to ask Felix, has anybody ever been charged with defamation or libel as a result of a cartoon successfully?
Worldwide, I can't answer that. I'm sure they have instinctively. My instinct would be so. In Ireland, I think that and as a former and a member of the board of the Irish Times, I'm sure you're well aware of this yourself, the lawyers crawl over the newspapers before they're actually published. And the point about the cartoon about Haughey is that it was spiked at the time because it was felt to be libelous. And I don't believe the Irish Times has ever published it in any of the supplements they have done of Martin Turner's work. The image that I took is from one of the compilation books which Turner publishes from time to time, and he actually itemizes or details in that book exactly what happened and the fact that it was pulled at the time and was regarded as and like his defense, which I presume he used with the editor of the day, his defense was, but it's all true. But I don't think that's good enough in a court of law if the issue is libel. But worldwide, I'm not sure. I know in the States at the moment, most of the newspapers have been pulling their cartoonists. Like even the New York Times made a decision in the past year or so to drop all political cartoons. And there's a guy, Rogers is his name, I think it's Rob Rogers, who he drew for a Midwestern paper, but a very prominent one. I can't recall the name of it, but his editor basically told him to stop caricaturing Trump, or he was going to get the boot. And he told the editor where to get off, and he got the boot. So I think the truth is that editors are not doing their job if they don't, or would be regarded by their boards as not doing their job if they don't save the papers from libel action.
Are there any other questions? Okay. Maybe I'll just end by when I lived in Philadelphia for a while, and when I was there was a proposal came before the city council to tax graveyards. It was a sort of a way of revenue raising by a cash-strapped corporation. And there was an outrage, how can you tax cemeteries? How can you tax graves? These people have given their service, they have suffered. And the cartoon shows two politicians walking by the graveyard at 2 o'clock in the morning. One says to the other, I don't know what they're arguing about taxation, representation, all that. I don't know what they're talking about. Sure, haven't they been voting for years? So, but of course, that was at a time when things like that happened. Anyway, I'd like to thank Rickard and Felix again for that wonderful. Have you a final word, Mr. O'Connell? I can thank you as well. Sorry. Gosh, yes. I would like to thank our youngest participant, Mr. Morgan O'Connell, who will be back. We'll get him to talk next year, perhaps. We can get to his question maybe next year. Maybe he'll put it next year. So again, thank you all for coming. Now we have one more item on the agenda, and that is the launch of the biography of Kathleen O'Connell, which is the books are in display out there, and it will be launched in a few minutes. And again, it's something that I would strongly encourage you to purchase. You know, Kathleen O'Connell was quite a person, quite a figure here from Caherdaniel, very distinguished public life, and an important person in the evolution of our country. And we're glad to welcome her relations and friends and so forth here. But in any event, we will leave that just until for the moment. But let me just call Mary O'Connor up here, and just she has a few things to say before we move on to that book launch, which is in a separate event. Thank you.
Thank you, Marsh. It's hard to believe it's this part of the weekend already. Just on behalf of all our committee, I would like to say out first a huge thank you to our wonderful speakers who have, since yesterday morning, I think you'll all agree, I like to think, one of the best schools we've had. And just to say a huge thank you for their contribution, and to the moderators. Our speakers this year, of course, came as far away as the USA and the UK, and they come and give of their time freely to us. And I just want to say again our sincerest gratitude. And of course, I say, why do they come? And they come because Mirish asks them. So it's a huge, it just says so much about Mirish, and we are grateful. We are, of course, I often think why Mirish works so very, very hard at putting all this programme together. I said today I like to take a little credit for it, but I can't. It's all Mirish's. And whilst he chats to us during the season, and to Ruth and Phil and Christy and myself, he manages to get an incredible selection of people with wonderful topics that are relevant to life today, and yet looking back at the wonderful legacy of O'Connell. So, Mirish, thank you on all our behalf for all you do. And I know he does it out of huge love of place. His mum being from Castle Cove, his dad from Carsavine. And it's a pure sign of love of place when you give freely of your time to create such a wonderful event. So we can never thank you enough, Mirish, for all you do. And though people sometimes think it's difficult to work with Mirish, it is not. And I say that from the heart. It's a real pleasure. I do. I speak the truth, as you well know. Oh, dear. This house was left to the state by the O'Connell family. And I had the privilege growing up here as a child in Derrynane of knowing all the first, second, third generation. And I was talking to Daniel earlier, and I can honestly say from my heart, all of us had such a great graw, a pure love for them all. They were wonderful people who were part of the community. Though they didn't live here, they were as if they lived here. And we looked forward to their visits, looked forward to their conversations, and they were true neighbours. And it's wonderful to see you all here with us. We can never thank you enough for what you've done and what you've given. To our country and our county. And I know I sometimes can be accused of, bossing you around over the course of the few days, but it's because so many want to, appreciate what you do and want to meet you, and you're so gracious with your time. And as I say again, from our hearts, we say thank you. Of course, I thought today, as I heard you, Ricard, how proud Morris would be. Morris was the last O'Connell to speak at the O'Connell School, and you now have taken up his mantle. So what a privilege. He was such a wonderful man. And now we have a younger member to follow suit. So you young men will be here someday when we'll be all gone, telling the story of your ancestors. So well done. Now, of course, none of this could happen without sponsors. And we are so grateful to the OPW, who in total contribute to today. We don't have to, the committee doesn't have to raise any money for today. The OPW look after it all. And what a privilege it is to work with them. Chris O'Neill, who is the park superintendent, couldn't be more helpful to me or kinder, finding his way often to meet me in Tralee if necessary to make arrangements. So a huge thank you to Chris. It's an absolute privilege to be involved with their work here, and we're very, very grateful to him for all he does, and indeed all the leadership he has shown since he's taken over. So thank you, Chris. I know he's gone, but I hope people will convey my sincerest gratitude and the committee's sincerest gratitude to him. To the team here at Derrynane House, the story of O'Connell has to be told every day, and what a team they have. So I want to say a special thanks to Anne-Marie, who's absolutely wonderful in helping us with all the organisation, to Adrian, to Gerard, to Declan, to the team in the gardens, James, who I know was at a conference, but I think I saw him joining us just after arriving from Dublin, to Chris, Michael, John and Paul, for all they do to make this wonderful estate what it is. And as I say, to continue the story of O'Connell, and within the community, how highly it is, you know, they're all held, and what a welcome we all get when we arrive. So thank you all very, very much. To Kerry County Council, they are absolutely, you know, they support us every single year. To Myra Morell, I know she'd like to have been here, but the greenways in North Kerry were being opened this weekend, so there was a clash. And to all her team, I say a sincere thank you for all your support. And of course, locally, we get huge support from SuperValue. To Dermot and Siobhan Walsh, thank you so very much. You're so loyal to our school, and you're present as well, which means so much to us. So thank you. Fesco support us, and Willie Driscoll and Carsavine, a huge thank you to those as well, and to all the smaller businesses who help in every way they can. We are deeply grateful. Of course, to you who arrive every year to us faithfully, thank you for supporting us, for becoming friends of the school, for purchasing the tickets. We are deeply grateful. It allows us, it's expensive to run, so it allows us to continue. So thank you so very, very much. I'd like to say a special thank you to our AV, our audiovisual team. John and James are really, I suppose it's the most important thing at any school or conference, that sound is perfect. And they really do a super job, and having taken on the role of it being live streamed yesterday from Carsavine, and this is being recorded and will be available from Thursday. So that's I just want to say thank you. You're again so wonderful each year and great to work with. Thank you. And with that, I'd like to thank Linda Forum, who looks after our website. Linda as well. Ruth does so much work on that, and I know would want to thank Linda publicly for her help. Without, I suppose it's really important for us that the press attend. And Barry Roach of the Irish Times has attended. I think he only missed 1 year. So Barry, a huge thank you if you're still here. We're deeply grateful. I saw, I won't say at what hour this morning, where, you know, there was an article on yesterday's school. So we're very, very grateful for that. To Breda Joy, who's not with us and has been unwell, we just want to send our greetings for, we hope you're better soon, Breda, and back with us next year. To Christy Reardon, who's been done the photography. To Kerry Zai, I can't think of the gentleman who's joined us this year, but we're very grateful for your presence. And I know Michael Donnelly is here from our local magazine. We're deeply grateful for that too. I would like to thank the team in the Ring of Kerry Hotel yesterday, who were wonderful. Leonard, Stephen and Dimitri, who were just great to us. And especially our visitors from Ukraine. It is their home, and they welcomed us into their home yesterday. Again, our deep gratitude. They're also resident here in Caherdaniel, and I suppose we just want to wish them from our heart the very best. We think of them, some of them were able to join us yesterday, and we met many of them yesterday morning, and we just want to say in our hearts that we hope they will have peace in their country as soon as possible. I'm always worried about forgetting somebody. the most important group of people that I have the great pleasure to work with are our committee. As I said, Mirish leads it. Ruth does so much work. Phil O'Neill, Christy O'Connell, Michael Prendergast helped yesterday, and we now have got Sean Gallivan on board. I'm not sure he is given a full commitment, but as of today, he doesn't have any choice. But we're deeply grateful. We keep it we have kept it very small, because I always believe nobody can say that they are not getting work done. Everybody works very hard, and they're just great to work with. It's a real privilege. We will continue the school, we hope, in the October weekend each year. Now it seems to suit the calendar much better. So just to say again, thank you to everyone for being here. A huge thank you. I did forget somebody, but not meaning to. Deirdre and John were just amazing today with their catering and their team. So thank you, Deirdre and John. As always, Deirdre couldn't be more helpful and cooperative, as was John in the lead up to this, because it's a big event, and they did us proud as always. So take care, everyone. Safe home. We're now looking forward to the wonderful event of the launch of Kathleen's book. We're so proud of Kathleen as a child growing up. She was spoken about often. So Mirish will introduce Eamon O'Fergal, who's here with us. No, we're going straight into the launch of the book, if that's okay, Mirish. Yeah, because we're just on time. Yeah. Yes. You see, he doesn't really trust me.
Yeah, I will let Eamon O'Farrell introduce the biography in his own way, but before I do, I just want to recognise Eamon de Burka and Will. Are you there, Will? The publishers of the book down here, and they're very shy. I thought I'd never use that word about Eamon de Burka. But there he is in the corner. But anyway, that's fine. I'll let Eamon introduce his family. There are a number of his family here. Welcome to you all. I'll let Eamon get on with the proceedings and introduce you to us. Thank you.
Ruine Usle, Crunche Glunder, Emmerchri, Veher Lahar New. I dig an iscultora ag shola an newer show, Fui Vaha, Mahianantin, Hatchlini Chonel. It delights my heart to be here today in the home of the Liberator at the launch of this book, The Life and Times of Kathleen O'Connell, Eamon de Valera's indispensable secretary. Dr. Patrick Murray, who wrote the book, and his son Paul. Patrick is frail at home at the moment in Athlone, but his son Paul asked me to read the following on his behalf. I am deeply gratified that this account of the life and times of Kathleen O'Connell has been published. It is the result of over 30 years of research. I was privileged to have access to the Kathleen O'Connell diaries from 1991 until 1993. This was managed through Mary O'Kelly, niece of Kathleen O'Connell. Mary and my late sister, Josephine Worley, were lifelong friends. Mary had asked me to produce an account of her aunt's life and times with a view to publication. This task was completed in June 1993, and she was presented with the production in 2 volumes. Owing to various health problems, Mary never had an opportunity to have the work published. But when she died in April 2013, her nephew, myself, began categorising her personal effects, and among them were the 2 volumes of my work on Kathleen O'Connell. Eamon asked me if I would consider trying to have the material published. I agreed. And so it is. It's published. So as it stood, it was an unfinished work. I knew there would be an additional research needed to make the 1993 study publishable. Eamon's cousin and niece of Mary, Siobhan O'Kelly, who's present here today, undertook the task of word processing the material and converting it into a digital format. From this, I was able to evaluate what could be added. Siobhan's meticulous work was invaluable. Fortunately, in 2018, my son Paul discovered new material that I had mislaid in my home. This contains large numbers of handwritten insertions and comments which I'd been adding to from time to time after I'd presented the work to Mary in 1993. I asked Paul, an established author and researcher, for his assistance in updating that work. He acted as an editor, in addition to discovering new material not previously available to me. Ursula Nicoli's assistance in proofreading the entire text and making many suggestions which improved this publication is also very much appreciated. I approached Eamon de Burca, who was enthusiastic about publishing a book on Kathleen O'Connell. My thanks are due to Eamon and William de Burca, whose assistance and encouragement throughout the process is most appreciated. I would also like to express my thanks to Mark Rogers and Philip Higgins of Nace Printing Limited for the excellent design and layout of the text. I hope that the book will serve to acknowledge the role of Kathleen O'Connell as a significant protagonist in the independence movement, a key figure in the foundation of Fianna Fáil, and as Eamon de Valera's indispensable secretary. Above all, I am pleased that Mary O'Connell's wish that a book based on the life and times of her aunt, Kathleen O'Connell, has been fulfilled. Would you please put your hands together for Dr. Patrick Murray? That's him there. We wish him well. He's not so well at home in Athlone today and couldn't make it. I'd like to point out the picture beside that. That is Josephine Worry, Patrick's late sister, being presented with the Glorna Gael Award by Dev himself. I would like to say a few words. Huge credit was due to Josephine Worry, a dear and lifelong friend of Mary O'Kelly's, for being the impetus for Mary to begin this task. Josie was the catalyst between Mary and her brother Patrick Murray in beginning the project. Gunina de Grosta Urhi. Right, I'd like to send a warm welcome to the extended O'Connell family here today. I believe they're out in the Avery room, the marquee. It's not quite the Galway races, but that's not really our style. That wasn't the kind of thing we were brought up with, and you won't find any brown envelopes being passed around there. None at all, I'm afraid. So a warm welcome to the extended O'Connell family. So who was Kathleen O'Connell? Very briefly, because it's detailed in the book, but she was a niece of Jeremiah O'Sullivan from Caherdaniel, a Fenian who was involved in the bombing of Clerkenwell Prison. So I suppose that was the beginning of her Republican lineage. She was born in 1888 in Caherdaniel. One of 11. She had 3 sisters also involved, and also her brother Morris, I believe, was involved. Her 2 sisters, Lena and Evelyn, confined themselves mainly to local Kerry Cumann activities, while her sister Tessie, a formidable woman, worked in the Sinn Féin offices in Dublin. Kathleen was everywhere, anywhere she was needed. Her niece was Mary O'Kelly, my godmother, mother, and secretary to Dev after Kathleen died until Dev's death. Let's move along here a bit. Sorry, that's the O'Connell family there. And this is Mary O'Kelly. So she was Dev's secretary until his death. And she, I suppose she got the seal of approval from her aunt before she died to take on this particular role. And of course, she was well qualified to do it. She herself had achieved first class in her own secretarial exams and was highly qualified to do the job. So Dev was my godfather, and my aunt Mary was my godmother. Funnily enough, when I was born in 1969, Dev requested that he be my Godfather. And of course, you don't turn down Eamon de Valera. So he died when I was about 5, but I have very strong memories, very loving memories of trips to the Oris in my Aunt Mary's little Volkswagen Beetle with the dogs on her lap while driving, singing songs all the way up to Oris and Uachtaráin, where we'd stop off along the way at the Huttons, Mr. and Mrs. Hutton, who kept the Oris Gardens, and she'd bring home a nice basket of vegetables. So on we'd go on and drop into Dev in the Oris, and I have very fond memories of sitting on his knee, playing around in his office, running around the gardens with the dogs. And so it was that I grew up in that kind of a Fianna Fáil, Republican, Gaelic, Irish tradition. When Dev left the Oris, Mary travelled with him to Talbot Lodge, where she continued to be his secretary. And indeed, she was more than a secretary, really, to him. She was there day and night. I'll show you a little. There is a photo of Eamon de Valera being laid out in the room that he occupied. You'll see it is quite a small little room. You wouldn't think that a president was living in that little room in the nursing home. But I think that's a beautiful picture, isn't it? And I remember Sister Claire on the left and Mother Dennis, and the lifelong friendships my Aunt Mary made with them long after Dev had died. So I remember when Dev died, I wasn't able to go to the funeral myself. My parents were at the funeral. I was at the parade through the streets on the gun carriage. I remember that particularly. I was brought to see him being laid out in the nursing home there also. But I remember watching with my grandmother. My grandmother was Anne O'Connell, sister of Kathleen O'Connell. And we sat watching it on the television, and I remember my grandmother singing along to the funeral dirges, "Wrap the green flag round me, boys," and so on. So these are part of my vivid memory. Auntie Mary was custodian of Kathleen's papers, but also she was hugely protective of both Kathleen and Dev's reputations. On one occasion, she berated Tim Pat Coogan, rightly so, at his book launch in Eason's for his suggestion in his biography of Dev that there was an affair between them. There was no evidence that there was anything other than a working relation between Dev and Kathleen. As there was no evidence, one could only refer to it as hearsay and rumour. And let that be the end of that, if you don't mind. She took issue also with the Michael Collins film and was very disappointed in how Dev was portrayed. As far as my family are concerned, Dev had no hand, act, nor part in Collins' assassination. And I'd like to put that on the record too. Let's talk about the book. So when Mary died in 2013 in Belmont Nursing Home, she was there for about a year before she died. The day she arrived, I remember, she was met in the canteen by none other than Maura Brua. Maura Brua was daughter of Terence McSweeney, who died on hunger strike, Mayor of Cork. So it was kind of fitting that over an entire lifetime of knowing each other and relationships within the wider Republican movement, that they should meet each other again in the nursing home where they would end their days. Mary died sad, I believe. She had a beautiful smile, but there was a sadness about her, and I think it was because she was unable to finish what she had started, and that was very unlike her. So when I found the original manuscript of the book, I couldn't put it down. It reminded me of the times I'd read Dan Breen and Tom Barry, Guerrilla Days in Ireland, My Fight for Irish Freedom. Stories of prison, being on the run, traversing the countryside through rivers and bogs to avoid free-staters. Kathleen was an extraordinary woman living in extraordinary times. One thing that struck me while reading the book was the role of women in the Republican movement, all working together for a common cause. The book is now the definitive biography of Kathleen O'Connell. To my dear Aunt Mary, nothing gives me greater pleasure than to complete the task that she had begun. Culasávanish, Auntie Mary, Tá job genta. Or as Dev would say to her, Mahan Colleen, Avarda, Mahan Colleen. Gurda Mila Mahagwith. Please buy the book. Please buy the book on sale outside. If there are any questions, I'd be grateful.
Are there any questions that anybody has for Derrynane? Just buy the book then.
Yeah.
All the answers are in the book. So, can I just thank Eamon for coming here, and again, just to, it's a bit presumptuous of me maybe to say this, but to welcome the members of the extended O'Connell family back to Derrynane. I say that as somebody whose mother was born here, so I suppose I can say that, but it's a bit presumptuous of me to be welcoming you back on such an important family occasion for you all, but welcome back, and I hope you have a lovely weekend here. And again, this is a great monument to a remarkable woman, and again, as I said, I hope you will all buy the book on the way out. Thank you very much, and safe home to the rest of you.